another day here on this desecration of humanity, society. Thank you for all the terrible things that are going on in this world that remind me that there is evil and it is prevalent, and you created that. So without it evil, it's just not. That's not the gospel. So thank you for that more than anything. Thank you for the gospel, knowing that you will take the evil from this earth, but that's not this time. So just absolute sure evil in the world. I think my major concern at this point, obviously, that there's not 99% of religious people are not going after the word. They're not going after the gospel. Most importantly, the gift that we receive when we inherit, if we're meek and wise and gentle and patient, kind, those things we have to be. I have to love you, and I know that. So I just thought I'd come here and do a blog, called it the Crossroads. I'm just at a crossroads in my life. So, you got to make some change, go in a different direction. Can't keep going in that same, I'll do the same thing as far as the word, but the direction that I'm heading it hasn't panned out for a long time. So if you beat your head against the same wall over and over again and expect different results, right? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So trying to not go insane. But I live in a country where I just don't see any unity, community, united, no states that are united, no people that are united, more divided. So it reminds me of the Word of God, and it reminds me how much He designed this, and He designed evil. Evil is a necessary. That's blasphemy. I rebuke you. Unless we're all humans. Please leave. Femboy, you're the problem with society. There is no femme and boy. God created one race, the human race, man and woman. The apostate, really thinking about leaving the country, reading to children in libraries is my problem with this country. I don't know if I can stay here. I'm trying to figure out here what to do, and I'm not trying to jump too quick, to anything. We're not supposed to do that. Remember, that's the orge. It's the test in our life that He tests us to see if we'll quick to respond, quick to judgment, quick to anger, quick to indignation, quick to those things that. But I think after 7, 8 years now of being on this property, trying to put a homestead together, and nobody coming, that's a good effort. 7 is the number of completion. So I put in more than the time that I think that should have been allotted, and I don't want to waste time. So time is something you can't get back. It's not like money, that comes and goes, but time, you can't take any of it back. It's not something you can. But don't worry, we're all eternal. It's not like that. It's just a tick of time in this third dimension here, if that's what they call it. So I'm just, God's flock is everywhere. And so I teach that. We know that He came back to save the sins of the world. We're talking about sin, but there's no forgiveness without repentance. Repentance is a process. So we can, like the thief on the cross, he knows, he chose, he already knows. So, but our own, walk in self, that narrowing of that outer carnal nature of the flesh that we tend to go after, that we're told not to cut it off. So I just don't feel matched. I don't match. I just feel so unmatched in this country, with it, not yoked. I don't feel yoked to anybody in this country. I mean, I have my brothers and sisters in Christ, but that's the body and that's a spiritual, so I don't need to worry about flesh. Remember, the Apostle Paul said, wrestle not against flesh and blood. So I know that, and I do. You know, I'm a sinner. Every day I struggle with the flesh, and I fear I'm not doing the Lord's work like he wants me to be doing. And because I get divided between the flesh and my time and my spirituality, and I have to look after the things of the dirt, you know, and I don't like that. If you follow this channel, or you're a subscriber, you know that. So he doesn't want us to go after dirt. And I just don't feel like this is the right dirt. I don't know. I'm just starting to feel, and remember, I won't leave because of what's going on with my son, and I can't even leave right now. So I'm not going anywhere until all that gets taken care of. But when I reach that crossroads in my life, I think I need to take a different path. You know, not the narrow or the wide. That's not the path I'm talking about. In the dirt, the flesh, because I'm tired of living alone. I don't have to live alone. I choose to do that. I mean, I came out here to try to build a off-grid, no-cost, low-cost community, a people community. I can't make a community. You can't spell community without you and I wasn't able to do that. And I know people do that. Again, all over the world, people do. So just because I haven't been successful doesn't mean that I still maybe can't, but I just don't feel like it's, yes, thank you, Ross, for for judging Anna righteously and not condemning her. Thank you, Brother Ross. The Word of God, he tells us that if I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me, we are such of that flesh that have been talking about, carnal and idolaters in nature, that not one of us would. God calls us to him. Nobody goes to God, Christ, Hamashiach, Jesus, Shiloh, I am, Yeshua, whatever. I don't want to do the name game in here. He calls us to him. So blessings that he's pulling you to him. I mean, it's such a blessing that that we don't have that choice. He chose. He's the one who paid the price in blood and flesh for his bride. You know, he will raise the dead from the ashes of the dust. The seventh trumpet will sound, and he will take to that wedding for who he chose. He divorced his bride, but he will have a new bride, and that's when that evil will be taken. So I didn't remind myself I live in a time where evil is prevalent. It's God created it, and it's in his book, and we got to deal with it. There's a third of these messengers down here, angels from, you know, that were fallen from grace. Well, was there any grace? No, they were fallen from the law. They tried to pride, and they fell from that class that ruled this earth, and they fell to the earth and were given dominion to reign and to wear out the saints. Remember? So try to remember where you're at. You know, there will be a time, but it won't be in this flesh, that he will take all the evil from this earth that he created. That is the gospel, brothers and sisters. That is the resurrection. That is Shiloh, the inheritance, the one who holds the scepter sign. He has that. The one who said, let no man steal your crown. That's the time that I'm talking about. But that's not this time. So don't think that there's no evil, no sacrifice, no crucifixion, he wants you to be crucified. Not spiritually, brothers and sisters, but nailed to a tree. He wants you to nail yourself to it. He doesn't literally want you to nail yourself to a tree, brothers and sisters, but he said, conform to my image, as Brother Ross said. Follow after me, endure to the end if you want to be saved. So I bought you. I paid the price. I already knew you before you were in the womb. I know who I hate. I know who I love before anything. I already know because I already designed all of this. I am the creator of all things. He's told us that. So the evil, the necessary in this world to equate. That's right. Just. He said he'll pour out a just measure. So sometimes we just have to deal with the way he does things. You have to thank him for the unanswered prayers. You know what I'm saying? It's the things that he doesn't, I don't know what you're praying for, but I hope you're praying to Shiloh. I hope you're praying to the one who's going to mediate you. You can pray to the Father, but the only way to the Father is through the Son. And that's not the S-U-N like these pagans with their sun worship and their sun gods, Baal and the Grove, but the S-O-N, Shiloh, the Hamashiach, the Messiah, the one, the anointed Christ, the one they ripped the beard out of his face and nailed him to a tree, that tells you to nail yourself to a tree and have him put holes in you and raise you, yoke you and raise you and nail you. And yeah, no, he didn't literally mean like carry a cross, but he didn't literally carry a cross, so, but he says you need to carry a cross. So, correct? That's sad that you're more distracted by the hat than the word. Please leave, Morbs. I don't cast my pearls in the mud. Please leave. The hat's more distracting than the word of God. It's not in you. Please leave. Please go. I don't have the patience today. I just don't. More confused about a hat. That's why I quit wearing a hat, guys, for so long, because people are just distracted by flesh, dirt. This dirt came from that hat, the dirt, the cow, that it came from the dirt, and it went back. Get it? So are you. You might want to concentrate on what's going on here. Stop playing silly reindeer games going after trans gods and fire and tree worship and all this. Thank you. So, all right, get him up against the wall. Get him out of here. I don't cast my pearls before swine. Thank you so much, my moderators, for coming in here early. Just definitely need to speak this out. I don't have any friends, brothers and sisters. I don't, and I know that's fine. That's just the way that my life is. So, but I do need to have some company other than digitally. So I had to come on here and get it out. I'm struggling. It just is what it is. I don't care. It's just the world. It's the flesh. We all do it. He says that's, that's why he tells us through his apostles to cut it off, circumcise it, cut off the outer man, the outer woman, the things that we wrestle. So I listen to it, but I'm not doing it because I'm struggling. So I'm just, like I said, I'm coming to a crossroads in my life here. And so they got to do something with this case, this whole thing with my son. And, I'm here because I stayed here because of my son. I could have left. I had a passport. I could have, got everything where I could totally, but, I can't bail on my son. So that hopefully soon, will get taken care of. And I've thought about that getting myself in more of a pickle, so to speak. You got to stay in the brine there, cucumber, if you want to be baptized. Yeah, you're not going to become a pickle unless you can get dip every day. But no, the fiery trials, I got to go through this, the brine. And I got to, I don't want to overdo it with like pride, but I had to put myself in front of this, perverted law that had perverted what they'd done to my son. So unfortunately, it ended up, costing me quite a bit. And I knew that before I even did it. It wasn't even an issue. So I know about sacrifice, and I know about, jumping in front of a moving train to, not loving somebody more or anything like in the book of Matthew 10, but we have to law. He stood up to the perversion of the law, and that's what's done here. So I already was sacrificed, thrown in jail. I'm facing felony charges, all these things. It's okay. I'm not judged that shall be judged. I'm not worried about a man in a black robe. No, not at all. He's a corporate. His allegiance is to the District of Criminals. I mean, Columbia, Washington, D.C. So with the bar, and I'm not a corporation, and I don't fall under that, and they know that. So they know that I am definitely something to handle for the county that I live in, whether it's the sheriff or the district attorney, the state. How about the state? Now I'm going up against the state. You know what I'm saying? Uh, exactly. Thank you, Ross. So that's a kangaroo. I'll play their little silly reindeer game, but I know the father, even when I'm in there, and it doesn't bother me like that. I mean, it's my son I'm concerned about. He's a double dipped, and he's had hell. I mean, his life has been, I can't stand, I miss my son so much, guys. He's a good young man, and I miss churching with him. If I had him to talk to, I wouldn't be on here as much, I guarantee you, because he's the only person in my life that I talk to. I don't talk to anybody else. I thought I had two friends, but they showed their two colors in this situation. Yep, they did. I haven't had this one friend that supposedly he hasn't contacted me all to check on me and see how I'm doing, not even one time. Just to say, hey, you doing all right, man? He's done that before in the past, but not since this has happened. So, and the other person, I'm your friend, I'm your friend, I'm your friend. They met some woman that I told him, don't be messing with that woman. She's got a lot of problems. She's been through hell, and now that's what he's doing. He's messing with her, and that's why he won't contact me, because I told him, leave her alone. Give her some time to, she's been through, put a lot of crap. Don't just go try to stick your, what inside of her, give her some moment to decompress. But no, bam, right on it, like white on, rice, flies on stink. So I don't know. I can't sup with that. That's just, either way, I felt a little, like I said, felt a little isolated today. Like, dang, I got no friends, so I'm gonna go vent online, because I'm coming up to a crossroads, like I said, here soon, and I'm not going to bail on my son. Obviously, they're going to have to deal with this case. They can't run from it anymore. They've been running from it for a long time. It's me that they're upset at. It's not my son. It's me that they're mad at. It's me that they want. I think anybody that had looked outside of this, anybody would come in and investigate this case, could easily see the evidence would show that, not opinion. The evidence would show that there's been a bias, obviously they got it out, and one way they can do that is by, it's always happened to my son. My family treated him like dog crap after he wasn't keychain size, threw him to the curb because they were mad at me. His mom did horrible things to him because she was mad at me. So he's had things done to him that I've never had done to me. And I've had some pretty horrible things done to my body, my flesh, my mind, and he's had it way worse, way, way, way worse than I have his whole life. So that's why I stand with him, because he's a man of God and he loves the word, and I know that for sure. Because last time I talked to him, before they shot him and threw him in a jail cell along with me, I was in the same place as him, but just not, obviously can't be in the same cell. I reminded him of what we spoke about, God and the thief on the cross. Because I think he'd have rather died that day than to walk outside of that motorhome and go get locked up in jail. He doesn't, that's not right. But I know it's from God, and I hope he's keeping that in mind the whole time. As I told him before, as this was all happening, you have to remember that thief on the cross. I talk about all this path and this walk and the narrowing and, and it's, no, he already chose whenever he wants. No, I bailed him out, Ross. I bailed him out. Hey, all my gold, all my precious metals, that again, all my precious metals got taken. My retirement, my little kick, my bump, whatever, there was way more than his bail money, and it got taken again. So what pisses me off about it, and I don't normally get upset about things like this, but they could have, there was all these other avenues that were supposed to get him out, early, and I was going to sit as long as it taked. I wanted him out and his wife out, and I was going to deal with this. And they let him sit in there for 9 days before they finally went and just took all my precious metals, which could have been done day one, and let him sit in there for 9 more days before they finally just took all my precious metals and bailed him out with mine. There was supposed to be, he had precious metals, his car money, he sold a car, his wife had money. No, I had to pay for all of it. And it was my retirement. It's what was supposed to pay off this land. It was the one thing that I can take and if I wanted to leave the country and but it's all taken again, and it's fine. I don't, whatever, but the thing I look back and go, why do they let him sit in there, for 9 days? If you're just going to take and use all of that, could have been done day one. So I apologize for being a little, it just doesn't make any, but I know it's God's will be done. It's all gone by the numbers. So I'm not, it's just, that's my supposed friend, any contact that I could have, not with him, about how Elijah's doing. Is he okay? Anything. One thing, can I know? Not, I don't want to talk to him. I can't have contact with him. Can I know that he's doing fucking okay? Anybody tell me how my son is doing today? No, I don't know anything. Nothing. What friend, huh? Hey, I talked to him. He's struggling. But nothing. Sorry, I apologize, guys. I told you I'm frustrated today. I can't have contact with him, but I can't even know he's doing all right. This sucks. These are the hardest days I've ever lived. I've had to live without my son before in a difficult situation. I never not talked to him. He was 16 years old, and I raised him as a single dad. But before that, when I wasn't with him, there was never a day that you can ever say once that I didn't have contact with my son. Even if I didn't get to contact him, I still left a message on his phone, his mom's phone, or something. So this is a struggle for me because he's the only person I get to talk to. I don't talk to anybody else. I don't have other friends. He is my friend and my son and my brother, mother. Remember, I told you, he's a man of God. So I hope he's remembered what I told him about the thief on the cross. And he did that day. And I'm honored to call him my son because he didn't walk out and go get himself shot. They had live rounds. Oh, yes, they did. But he said he would go peacefully, and he did. He's a good young man. And I might not ever see him again. That sucks. I don't know what's happening. I don't know. I don't know anything. So I know God's in control. That's all I know. That's it. That's all I know in my life. I don't have anything else. I don't know. I just don't. So it'll all work itself out. It's such a struggle because his wife, he can't even talk to his fucking wife. And if you only knew the whole situation right now, there's things I can't say. I just can't say it right now for the best interest of everybody involved. Really. And it's God knows. That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to, it's nothing unlawful, nothing illegal. It's just more things that would just rip your heart to shreds if you knew what he was going through right now. This is nothing. I'm an old man. I've been through a lot of crap. He's half my age. His whole life has just been, I can't believe what the system has done to him. I can't believe the news hasn't picked this up. This is a massive story exposing, corruption and targeting and not having enough legal counsel. They had to release me out of jail, and they kept me in jail illegally, extra time, illegally. I was kept in jail longer than there was allotted, and they getting away with all this stuff, guys. They get away with it with most people. But my son proved that, because out of 5 guys that got in trouble, my son did more time than all of them combined. He's the only one to do any fucking time. Everyone else did it. And then he did all his community service. And then he's doing more. He's still done more, and he's still involved in this shit. Get out of here, Richard. You're swine. You filthy. You're swine. Get out of here. Satan is a trans god. Take your satanistic crap somewhere else. Filthy. God will condemn you. I'm not. Leave. I don't sup with vipers. Get out of here. It's not the day. Filthy people are so disgusting in this world. God, please bring this fire soon. You know, I'm not just saying it, and I shouldn't say that, because we're not supposed to do that. See, I'm filthy rags, guys. I'm nothing. I'm just a man, you know, struggling, sharing this with you because I ain't got nobody else to share it with. Normally, the only person I would ever talk to is my son. That's it. That's it. He's the only person who would listen to me. He'd even be with his few acquaintances or whatever, working on cars, because that's how he makes his living. And oh man, you're busy. No, Dad, I gotta put you on speakerphone. Keep talking, Dad. I got you. No, Dad, whatever. What were you saying about, you know, what were you saying about the scripture? What are you saying about? So, God doesn't want trans. God, that's filthy. God, it's an abomination to put on a man to lie with another man. It's an abomination for a man to put on woman's clothing. Vice versa. So, God is we're supposed to righteously judge people, brothers and sisters. See, here you have, look at the name. You'll know them by their fruit. Your name is Filthy Swine. Get out of here, blue blood, with your little ritual you had there at the Olympics. That wasn't what? Huh? That was at the Last Supper. Grow up. 7. You might want to mature yourself and do those 7 things that he tells you to do. You might have realized that wasn't the Last Supper. Freaking people are just gonzo, man. Just don't pay attention. So whatever. That's what I have in my life, is I have the word. I hope my son's hanging on that word. And I'm glad. I'm really, when I look back at this, because I never have been able to ever go back again. I watched it that 5 minutes after they finally they let me out of jail. And then I watched the rest of it one time. And that's when I realized what was wrong with my vision, and what was, yes, as well as that wasn't even the way that it was. That was just this. That was guys, look at that same imagery. That's been done multiple times in history. It's not the first time they mock that. They were mocking. See, obviously, guys, I think they're in the. Do you not believe that the government is? They're hitting this algorithm, brothers and sisters. They're in here. I guarantee you. I know enough, and I'm not stupid, that these are the people that are messing with my life. These officials are supposed to be community, law enforcement, government, all these. These are the people that are not just trolls. There's some serious people that have come into this chat. I hope you understand. I'm a very serious man. I didn't have my house swatted by the state of Oregon because I just sit here and play with this flesh, because it's just like, oh, I'm just going to do what I want in this flesh. Okay. So see what I'm saying? There you go. You guys you government officials, you're a corporation. You support the corporate, and 40% of this country, brothers and sisters, works for that corporation called America. It's not a United States. It's a corporation sold on the stock exchange. That's why these jackboot thug law enforcement officers, cops, filthy swine, cop suckers that go out, because I used to be one myself. I know. Enforce that capital letter law on people. Straw man, tin man. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of all this. When they threw me in, what's your name? My name is Apocalypse. My name is Revelation. Well, that's a charge. Good. Whatever. I don't have a record, so maybe that's an alias after all these times. I just didn't start being a career criminal. I don't have a record, but I guess you, oh, no, my name is capital T, small r, small a, small c, small y. Small y. Do you guys see what I'm saying? See how they're doing this? Tell me they're not in here and doing this on purpose. When you're over the target, you take flack. You take flack, brothers and sisters. I am exposing the state of Oregon for illegally swatting my house, tossing 5, 6 tear gas canisters when I had live animals and they knew what the fuck was in here. Apologize for my cussing. I'm just not messing around with these people anymore. It's getting down to the wire, brothers and sisters. They threw me in jail for 14 days. Illegally, 7 held me 7 extra days. This Ted Martin Hardon, this district attorney, a criminal. You want to see a criminal, a real criminal? Delve into this case that I'm talking about, that I'm involved in, that they sent the state of Oregon out here and they think they could just finish it up and do a little sweep like Lavoy Finicum and get this all done. But brother, sister, didn't work out that way for him, because I believe God had his hand in it that day. God wrote everything that day. It wasn't me. It was God doing it. It was God. Okay? It was the Most High. So there we go. He creates all things. Like, I seriously thought when I stepped out that door, I was going to get shot in the head. I'm not kidding you. Go back and look at the video. I asked him, are you going to shoot me? Just because I wanted it on record. Did I have any fear in my voice? Did you hear any fear, any level of fear? When I walked out that door, I thought it was done. I'd already heard them plug my son. I didn't know if he was sitting there sprayed, laid open in a while. Yeah, in a pool of blood. Didn't make a sound. How do you do that? I wonder, how did my son get shot like that? Did it miss him? Did they hit him? He didn't say a word. I want to see his body. Did they take pictures of his body? They were more worried about what I wrote, the tattoos, right? No, that they were more worried about the names I wrote on my body. So I had somebody to get my freaking dogs to, like I was telling the whole time. I have animals in here. I would come out peacefully. This isn't what you guys are, the whole day was a big illegal, well, whatever. Remember, they said, we have an arrest warrant for you, Adriana Massey, and they don't have one. And they have to show I'm a prior law enforcement. They have to show a probable cause, and they have a warrant for her arrest, and they didn't. You know what I'm saying? You understand? They didn't have it. It's not there. They called out and said they did. How they still, she has probably more of a lawsuit than even Elijah. Elijah will too. He is massive. They're going to have to eventually either drop this with Elijah or bring it again, because I'm not done. I'm not done. Even they have so many days to give me a trial, brothers and sisters. No, God shows, John, you're 100% incorrect. That's blasphemy. I rebuke you. Don't sit there and say you don't do it. You have self-will, yes, but God already knows what you're going to choose. So you're 100% incorrect, John. Blasphemy. Don't speak your blasphemies in here. I'll let Ross moderate you out here. God creates all things. God knows if you're going to turn left or right. It's called idolatry. We teach it. Brother Jim, pastor, teaches it, the same thing. Okay? So, demonion, distributor fortunes are lies. Do you know the definition, John? It's a self, idolatry, or others demon. So, God knows what you're going to do, though. You're not turning... The flesh is not demonic. Are you unwell? John, answer my question now, or participate in the conversation. Don't run in circles with me. God creates all things. You think you think you just wrote that thing, or did God make you write that, John? Are you unwell? Is God making these people make these transgender comments in here? Or is it them doing it, John? I don't think you understand the word of God. Okay, one more time, John, to answer my question. Or Ross, please moderate him. And anytime you see that thing, moderate him out here. I don't sup with vipers. An apostasy. See, there we go. Get them out of here. There's no such thing as free will. You'll know them by their fruit, brothers and sisters. Thank you, Ross, for letting him given a chance to show his fruit. Get him out of here, please. Brothers and sisters, there's no such thing as free will. John is a unlearned, no busos, no bathos. There's no such, God is the only thing that's sovereign. If God writes all things, how is there such thing as free will? There's no such thing as luck either. Get him out of here. John probably believes in luck. He probably wants you to come rub his ball and tell you fortunes too, and read your palm and give you some astrology and stuff like that. Believe that God's in the sky and all that silly demonic behavior. A distributor of lies to others, brothers and sisters. So, John, just leave now. Don't put any more comments or I will moderate you. I don't sup with vipers. You said there's such thing as free will. No, everything has darkness is under, and it's written by the law. It's called self-will, idolatry, porneia, latria, idolatria, porneia is to serve your eyes or the lie to yourself. That is the word, idolatry. Agape is to love the Father, to walk in his commandments, 2 John 6. And he makes people do that. He makes everybody do everything. You have self-will, but not free because you exist with darkness in you. You don't understand. There's only one sovereign above the law, free to do and wrote all things. You didn't write anything. He said he did. Stop being a blasphemer. Stop doing. He said if you add a jot or take away a tittle, period, one letter, he'll blot your name out. So stop acting. Yeah, you're an actor. You're fronting. You're putting on a self-will. And then you go around telling others you're a demon. You're an idolater and a demon. If you sit and distribute lies to yourself or others, that is a demon or idolater, not this moronic. Whatever. John believes in free will. And so does the world, brothers and sisters. They don't think that God, they think that they're turning right. Or left out of their parking lot, out of their job 10 years from now, that they're doing. No, God writes all things. How do you not get it? That's not hard. Everything that was ever written, everything that ever will be, everything not written, everything that was written, good, evil, beginning, and Alpha, Omega. That's everything. That covers all of it. There's nothing he didn't create. You're not doing it. He already from the what part, hashtag, what part of the foundation from the world do you not understand? I rest my case. Thank you, Father, for getting me off this. See, no, that's it. It's the only thing that keeps me going, brothers and sisters, is the word of God, knowing that my gift is not in this flesh, but it will be a reward. That it's an inheritance, and it's not in the sky. So I don't have to sup with vipers. Not anymore, brothers and sisters. I will not do it. I will not. This is the treasure's worth too much. And God will make, that's the way he did it. He said, do not cast he said, love thy neighbor like thy love thy enemy, like thy love thyself. So you can try a couple times, and that's what Brother Ross was letting him, we'll give you a couple times, but you'll know them by their fruit, and then we'll get them up against the wall. He tells us that. It's iron sharpens iron, so I'm not even concerned. And if I'm wrong, then he'll throw me in, and he'll strip me of all this knowledge. And I'll sit there and gnash teeth for time or season. But don't worry, I know the book. That ain't permanent. It's not the eternal lake of fire. That is not how it works. He takes the evil from the earth. I've never said it so simply. Watch, I'll say it very simply. He takes the evil from the earth. He comes back. He makes a new heaven and new earth. That's not another ball, another sky, another guy in the sky, or another ball. God is not in the sky, and neither are all these. Heaven is not in the sky. He's going to burn this place with fire and make a new heaven and a new earth. And it's not in the sky. It's right here. And I come back here every freaking time, or I'll lay in the dirt like everybody that's laying in the dirt. Not in the sky. And he will raise them. 613 statutes, commandments. Now, anybody that's ever lived, seventh trumpet, seventh seal, has that sounded or something? Have I missed something? Until that time happens, then the judgment will come, and he will take the evil from this earth. Most people are going to hell. There won't be very many people when you get back in your new body, as he said. And he will be here with us. Hallelujah. That's the only thing that keeps me going. I'm serious. You ask my son if I could ever talk to him, you to ask him. I told him about this time. But it won't be when you're in this flesh ever. You'll never see Christ in this flesh. That's all deception. The Antichrist flesh, that's all deception. You've been marked. He will come back and seal his elect, brothers and sisters, because they're not falling for this. They know the time and the season, and they understand these things. That's right. You're going to gnash teeth. Just now you're in rest. You're not gnashing. There's not a gnashing of teeth, is there? There are no seven trumpets sounded, has there? Pay attention to the word. It's not some kind of, it's not that hard. I mean, there are a lot of things you could read, but the basic of what he's going to come back, burn this place with fire. We've done things to this earth water wouldn't fix this time. Like last time it did. This time it's going to, look at the cesium, 137, depleted uranium, something, half-lit. Fire is what he said. Not going to flood the earth. There will be a tidal shift. And I've already said, you don't have long to be prepared. And he said he would prepare and tarry, and he would come back and redeem. So you don't have, and that's years away, sorrows and increasing and an intensity of pains. Birthing pains is what he said. So don't expect this to get better. Go back to 2019. Those who say peace and safety. He didn't come to bring peace. Sudden destruction will come upon those who call out for that peace and safety. So careful about being peace and all this la-di-da-di, peace, easy jeezy. That's not who he is. You might want to read the book of Matthew 10:34 through 39, and he'll tell you exactly what it is that you need to be doing while you're here. Thank you, the Apostle Matthew, who obviously knew the gospel and was every word that Matthew said, God's word. He speaks through his apostles and did in his prophets, okay? So you're not going to sit there for eternity and gnash teeth. He does release that evil after a time and season. And I'm not going to tell you how long that is. But it's not permanent, just so you know. That's right. Even if he throws me in the abyss, it's not forever. Just like this time, right? He opens up the pit and he lets the Antichrist out. I mean, come on. Are you freaking that religious? That religious? Most people are, brothers and sisters. They don't get the basics of that book. He's going to burn this place with fire. You will never see Christ in this body. Where in the abyss do you get there where it says that? You're not. Oh, we're going to go to the sky, huh? We're going to meet him in the sky, huh? Is that where you? No, see, he puts 1 foot on the land and 1 foot on the sea, and he says time is no more. Oh, is that here? The land? The sea? Come on, guys. Please read. I understand this. So even if he throws me in hell, it's not permanent. Not according to what he says, when I return, no one will know my agape. That's what he said. My Shem. And I'll make a new one. So obviously we didn't get this one right either. He made already an amendment to the Old Testament, didn't he? A new living will. He'll do it again. It's in his word. Have you read it at all? Hallelujah, brothers and sisters. The only thing that's keeping me in this world, he's using me because I want to die. I can't stand this world. And these people are just, there's been such a waxing. Their hearts are just not in it anymore. A falling away, a great fall. This word is so beautiful. The understanding is just gives you some kind of rest, because I can't. I mean, I want to be out of here. I want that rest that I have is, I want to go lay in the dirt. I got nobody in my life. They just stripped my son away from me. The only thing that I'm doing in this world is God's. I mean, the flesh is cumbersome. The dirt is cumbersome. If I could just get a truck, I'd leave all this. I have a lot of land. I have assets. I don't care about none of this dirt. I want mobility. I want the ability to not have nothing. I want to be like Christ. I want to be a man that just has little things and just wander around and preach the gospel. Hallelujah. But that's not what he wants for me. So I got to keep doing what he tells me. Yep. Keep serving him. Let him push this. So I'm not done with this, whatever that's going on in my life, but I will reach a crossroads, brothers and sisters. There will come a time. Nothing's eternally permanent, if you understand what I'm saying, correct? You ever heard that? No, it's eternal. It's a cycle. I hope you understand. It is. For some people, it is. All things are cyclical, but not like most people don't understand it in that nature. So there will be setting, ebb and flow, if you will. So up and down, good and evil, doesn't always, but he will take the evil from this earth. I rest in that, brothers and sisters. I hope you understand what I just conveyed to you. Most people don't delve into the word and understand what's about to happen. It could be a year, 2, 3, 5, 10, 20. Nobody knows the day or the hour, brothers and sisters. I'm not, but we are definitely an apostate to an opposition to what God had. There are children who die in this country, and they send money to other countries to war, which is against the New Testament. We're not supposed to go outside our borders. He said, let vengeance be mine. So we've been failing this testament for some time. As a country, as a nation, all of them. Israel, probably, right? People think this is some special little piece of special place on this rock. It's blasphemy. I'll rebuke that nonsense. It has historical and biblical records there, obviously, but this is not, there's nothing physical anymore. So I apologize. The flesh is just tearing me up today, guys. It just beats me, and I should be doing other things, and I don't, and that beats me up too. But I just get isolated, and I get alone, and I don't have help. And yesterday I went out and was trying to help some other people out, which is good. I needed a break, and that lady's stairs, I got her stairwell taken care of. She just doesn't have the ability to get those stairs. She's going to trip and fall. She wanted a list of other things. I'm like, we're doing stairs today. Try to tell you, what we're, and she was very pleased when she was done, because she can safely get up the stairs there. So it was good to take a break. And like I said, I should be working out there right now, but I'm not. And that's where I'm at. Cause there's nothing in the dirt, right? Anymore. That's just, it's just cumbersome, brothers and sisters. This dirt, looking after, after trying for, almost 10 years to create a homestead and be with other people, maybe find a wife or, some other people that would come out here. It just didn't happen. So I'm never going to sell this property that I'm on. I'll always keep a base here. Some of you always need a base. I do plan on giving this property here to the ministry. If I don't have to, if the 5 acre sells, because there's going to be some changes. I know that, come in my life, then it'll all, good or bad, I'll deal with it. Because I had that big dream too of opening up a sister chapter out here, so to speak, that's still on the plan. So, I'm not, just because I put things on the back burner, I slide around a little bit. You got to be like a chameleon. You got to float, guys, sometimes, and be like a willow tree, not like the oak where you're all strong and rigid and you think you're going to, be stiff and not have any kind of, be able to bend at all. That's you're going to break. The winds of time or the turbulent times are coming, brothers and sisters. If you hadn't looked, obviously you see there's a massive turbulence here, upon us. If there's a storm coming, it's a poop storm. Okay. If you will, it's, don't let it hit you in the face. Get on the right side of the fan there. So, I'm never going to give up the dream of turning this property here, over to the ministry and donating it to the ministry. And I'll write a little clause or something where I can have a little or something. I don't want the property. It just doesn't. You guys are really, like I said, it is what it is. I'm getting a little hold to homestead. I busted out. I rock. When I do it, I work hard, and like I said, I'm still very fit and in shape, and work hard and do things that people that are half my age couldn't accomplish. And so I'm very blessed that I have my health. And even though I'm kind of banged up, I still am able to get up and work. And so I feel blessed to be able to do that, because I have been down, for years in my life. And I know what it's like to have the physical ailments. So, but that's going to happen someday. It's going to happen someday. I know it will, because I don't, like I said, and if it doesn't, then I work towards it. And it's like he said, I want to find you burning bright, your lamps trimmed and girded in my service. And when I return, and you could die. Please understand, listen to what I'm saying to you right now, brothers and sisters. If you don't catch anything, please listen to this. Please, I don't have anybody else to talk to. Please heed these words. He said to be wise. Correct. Remember, there were the wise and there were the foolish virgins. He says, do not go back to your house. Do not go back to the field. The wise virgins told the foolish virgins to go back to the store. And that's what happened. That door slammed shut. There will be another wedding, brothers and sisters. There will be another wedding. Do you understand? And what happened to those foolish virgins? They were going in the wrong direction, correct? loins girded in my service when I return. He said that. He said, do not hide that light behind a bushel. If he's given you this gift of the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, this understanding, the gospel, predestination, some of these teachings that I teach in here, the simplicity of how it's not, there is no variance. God wrote all things. He is the Agape. He's the law. Great I am. So, loins girded in my service, that's not, that means you need to be, he's your prize, correct? He's the one you're running to. He's the prize in your life. He's your main, right? That's what you're sealed with, not marked. You know, the marked with the world is the world. That's the phileo, the things of this world. The seal is the agape. That's why the messengers, the angels, come back and seal his elect with that, because that aletheia is in him, right? The truth. Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit. So that could happen at any time. That could happen at any time to you, and you could die. And you're going to go sit in the dirt and rest until that seventh seal sounds. And you're going to see that when I return. I want to find your loins girded, putting a shovel in the ground, doing the thing, doing the physical thing. You can't sit around just don't hide the light. Wrestle not against flesh, right? Don't hide it. Go out and tell the people to come into the good news of what's coming. He's going to burn this place with fire, and he's coming back. And that's the gospel, brothers and sisters. That's the gospel of Christ Jesus. Nice. Most people can't teach predestination anymore or define it. But brothers and sisters, listen to what I'm telling you. That is the gospel. Because you might be, then you're going to be, the dead will be raised. That's the gospel. Christ was raised after 3 days in darkness in the tomb. Jonah, 3 days in the belly of the whale, the raising, the harposa, the lifting up. Predestination, brothers and sisters. Prohorizo, those he chose to pull from the darkness into his light. The way, the hados, the aletheia, the truth, the orizo, the light, the way, the truth, and the light. That is predestination. That is the gospel. Predestination is the gospel. Don't you understand? Those he pulls from darkness into his light, he was raised from the darkness. The stone was rolled back and bam! Woo! That is the gospel. That is us, brothers and sisters. That is our inheritance that we receive after we die. So if your loins are girded in his service and you were doing your job, you don't know the day or the hour. But when he raises you from the dead and the dust, that is your harposa. That is your calling up. That is your lifting, the snare that lifts you out of here, that gives you that inheritance. And it's going to be when he comes back. Born from above. Again, they call it again. That's not what the word of God says. It says from above. You must be born from, not in the sky, brothers and sisters. That's not what it means. So well, thank you for getting that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Your moment, you might die, but when he's your mediator, he comes back. That's going to be when I return for you. All of us, when that seventh seal sounds, brothers and sisters. That's the gospel. Judgments are coming, and then we'll be lifted, and we'll either be ruled, and we'll be earthly beings and be here, and Christ will be here, or we'll get to be with him. Very few, oligos, brothers and sisters. Let me teach you this about the word. Seriously, I've seen the future because it's in the book. I'm not like prophets. No, it's in the book. He's going to come back. He's going to be on this earth. His house is, Father's house is a mansion of many rooms, but oligos, there will be very few that will be heavenly people when this happens, this lifting up, this call of this destruction by fire, and this new heaven and new earth and new body that you come back and you have. I'm telling you, brothers, please listen to me on this. Christ is going to be here. The Hamashiach. I rest my case. No, I'm not done. I'm not done. Please, let me continue. So, I mean, is that not enough to get you to grab your attention and go, what? Yeah, he had been here for how many? 2600? Please listen to me. most people, the heavens are not somewhere in the sky. And the earth is not, right? The earth is the ruled, and the heavens are the ruling class. This is historical record, not nonsense by people who just don't study. Yeah. So in his word, it tells us that he will return to this earth. Remember, and that his flock is small. That is the ruling class of this earth when we will return. Hallelujah, the gospel. Hallelujah, the gospel. Hallelujah, right? There is the heavens, and that is his bride. And then there will be the earth. There'll be many people who believe in Christ, brothers and sisters, and not like they think in their head, but that didn't get that inheritance. And they will come back and be a part of this new kingdom. Absolutely. Not everybody's going to get thrown in hell. Most people will get thrown in hell, according to what that word says. So, but when he returns, there'll be there's not going to be a bunch of people. We're going to start over again if you ain't figured it out, There'll be a lifting. It's going to be like the garden again, brothers and sisters. I know his word. I study this. And so just let's not do the visuals about imagery. Just listen. Very few, oligos. In his book of Luke, he says, fear not, oligos flock. He tells us in the book of Matthew that straight is the gate and oligos find that straight and narrow gate. That is his bride. That is the heavens, those who will receive the inheritance of God. They will be lifted and they will be rulers of the earth. The meek will inherit the earth. There will still be an earthly class on this earth, brothers and sisters. Yes, there will. Not everybody is getting thrown in hell, just most people. But I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, please listen to me. I don't think anybody in that earthly class of people will ever see Christ Jesus. No, and he will be here. Not in person. They may, because I'm sure he will have rain. The agape, again, will reign over this earth. It will blanket it. It will be a covering, but not this time of deception, but of the Holy Spirit. By children. The meek, well, you must be like a child to return to the Father. Yes, that's who will rule this new world that we have is the children, brothers and sisters. I've read the word. I know what it says. I'm not going to be fooled by this silly, waxed cold hearts of these men. They don't pay attention to this book. Did you hear what I said? Yes, there will be many people who come back to this earth, not some place in the sky or not some, but they will never see Christ, not in person. No, they won't. His flock is tiny. His kingdom is small. Only those that rule. Do you get, and I'm not saying, just please listen. Do you get to see Bill Gates? Do you get to see Jeff Gordon, the DuPonts, the Rothschild? Do you ever get to see those people? Yeah, on television. But do you ever see them in person? So, yeah, that's this, Gregory, that's the sign of Jonah in the book of Luke. Doesn't that evil and adulterous generation will look for a sign. And the only sign they'll be given is the sign of Jonah. I've blown that horn twice, very loud, giving you multiple signs of Jonah in our lifetime that we've been a witness. 11 Ninevehs, April 8th, 2024. This year, you were a witness. You got to be a witness. Hallelujah. 22, February 13th, the death of Tonga, the volcano in the southern hemisphere, deemed dormant, dead, killed it. 3 days later, it rose out of the ocean, like Jonah out of the belly of the whale, to warn of the coming of the destruction in 40 days of Nineveh. That evil and adulterous generation will look for the sign. The only sign will be given is the sign of Jonah. He sends out his messengers, brothers and sisters, to declare these messages. And I've declared that one to you loud and clear, multiple times on multiple fashions. That's right. Who else declared the sign of Jonah? April 8th, this year, declaring that evil and adulterous generation, sold out, corporate capital letter law, futures generation sold, already in debt from birth. Yeah, they used to at least eat their kids and put them out of their misery. Now we have already sold out their future generations. Yeah, the most wicked, evil, and adulterous generation I think that's ever walked this earth. And you get to be a witness. No, it's not. I didn't. That's just the word, brothers and sisters. I'm just doing what I was told to do. He said in the book of Timothy, brothers and sisters, he tells us that our worthies, if I have any chance at being lifted, it's going to come from studying that word. And I know because of that word, that gives me those celestial and also these things that he never said, look at shadows on the ground, did he? 3 days of darkness, brothers and sisters. Who else has told you that? You've already been a witness to the 3 days of darkness. 17, remember? 7 Salems, Jerusalems, the great red dragon, Draco, the eclipse, and the great sign, right? The Draco, that great sign, right? That was another celestial marker that was left. The sun going wrong way, casting the shadow of darkness, the wrong way on the ground. Your first day of darkness. Second, right? 3, October 14th. Sun goes the wrong way again. You remember you get it first, like New York on New Year's, the apple, the ball dropping, the time, get it because of the time change. Over here in the west, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. What the hell is the sun doing the wrong way? Yeah, literally started in Salem, Oregon, Jerusalem, trekked through 7 Salem, or starting in Salem, Oregon, the oldest place in the Northern Hemisphere, starting there and then traversed the wrong way. The sun went from west to east. Cast a shadow of darkness on the ground. Darkness, your first day. Second, October 14th. From above, already told you, diagonally, already said, I'm not a prophet. I said, here's their signs. Go back and watch what I declared. Blew it for 100 plus hours of this sign that they were going to leave. The sun warned and blew the horn well in advance, so you'd be on the ready, so you could get your things in place. There are 3 horns that are blown. I'm a veteran, Roman. Yes, war. This is a battle, not against flesh and blood, brothers and sisters, but against principalities, powers, spiritual wickedness. I know the way they made the sun go the wrong way. Yeah, that day. And then again, warned that it's going to happen again, well before it ever happened, so you can move out and have time to be on the ready. Yeah, because when that third and final horn blew, I was correct. As is above, so is below. On earth as it is in heaven. Under, armor, everything. Vesica, Pisces, everything I declared exactly. It happened as I said it would. Because they said it. I look at what they said. I'm not saying it. I'm telling you what they say. Every jot and every tittle will come to pass before that great and dreadful day of the Lord, brothers and sisters. And there are markers. The sun will not give out its light, right? Or be turned to blood, and the moon will not give out its light, right? And the stars will be we've seen these celestial markers, brother. That's 13, Revelation, just so you know. Yeah, 12, 17, that was back in the red dragon eclipse. Were you paying attention back then? 15 was the birth of Christ in the celestial marker, since that hadn't happened since the time of Christ. Were you a witness to that celestial marker that was left for you to be a witness? Twice it's now happened. 2 witnesses, brothers, at the time of Christ, not only the birth of the king and the birth of an age, correct? Vesica, Pisces, 2 celestial bodies merging, one union, if they will, like a contract between a bride and a bridegroom becoming, right? That is exactly you. Were you a witness in 2015? Do you realize that already happened again? The same thing that happened at the time? No, most people aren't. The world's sleeping. These are markers that are left, brothers and sisters. There's not just celestial markers, because that's obviously something, right? People forget about that. But think about what I'm saying. There's biblical markers. There's, scriptural. It's in scripture. There's agricultural markers. I've talked about that. He leads us, I've given you the parable of the fig tree. I have the parable of the fig tree. If it will produce fruit, if it doesn't, cut it down. Correct? How did he know? Exactly. I gave you that back in the reset of this age. Remember, I'm talking about this reset. That's happened again. Just like at the time of Christ, it happened in 15, and now we passed into a whole new age. Just like at the time of Christ, it happened again, and you don't want to pay attention to that? Brothers and sisters, he gives some of us celestial eyes. Not Jeremiah 10, be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the heavens, for the heathens are dismayed at them. I'm not trying to cause you to be dismayed because there's these markers lefting. This is the end of the world. We're all going to die. Armageddon, blah, blah. That's what they love to do. Every one of these events, when I talk about when he's, oh, this is it, man. This is the end of the world. Oh, Jesus is coming back. Blah, shut up. Every jot and every tittle will come to pass before that great and dreadful day of the Lord, brothers and sisters. And these celestial markers are like a mile marker 9, mile marker 10, they're a tapestry of events that are, like a trek through the stars, if you will. Yeah, leaving signs for times and for seasons. So you won't be fooled by these calendars, as he tells us. Learn not their calendar, their traditions, their celebrations, their ways. In that same book, Jeremiah 10, the ways of the heathens, do not learn their ways. Do not be dismayed at the signs of the heavens, for the heathens are dismayed at them. So not these people like to make a lot of their own nonsense, like balls in the sky gods and gods in the sky, and we're spinning around on a ball and we're on a planet and all this nonsense. Hocus pocus. Focus on the word, brothers and sisters. Please focus on the word. There are signs that are left for those that he gives celestial eyes. And I have been sounding the alarm, blowing the horn again, loud and clear, as loud as I possibly can, about 24 this year, about an event, 5784, if you will. But we'll keep it to your Gregorian lunar calendar, your pagan lunar, combining. The devil will be, the daemonion will be allowed to change times and seasons. It's already happened. Remember, darkness, day 1, 17, right? 15, the conjunction, 17, the great red dragon eclipse, 2017. We're going to come up on a 7-year anniversary from 923. Now you mark it right here, because I'm going to say it. I already have. They're going to turn 923 into a big fear porn date, brothers and sisters. But 923 is the birth of the Hamashiach. First, he said, first he was born, correct, in the stars first, right? Then he was born in the flesh. He came back and said again that he would be born in the stars, and gave 2 witnesses. He himself said, in the stars of the second coming of Christ, and gave that apocalypse, that revelation to John at the island of Patmos. Second witness, he always declares, and gave that great sign in the firmament of that virgin, right? Clothed with the sun, the moon at her feet, travailing in a birth, crowning her. Leo, Venus, Mercury, Mars, wandering stars, stand at attention. 40 weeks to the day, and on 9/23 of 2017, they exit the belly of the virgin. 40 weeks in gestation of the virgin, born of a virgin, Virgo, Leo, 12 stars, crown upon her head, clothed with the sun, moon. That is the Revelation 12 sign that he gave John, brothers and sisters. That happened in your lifetime. Were you witness? 2024. Here we are today. 23, we witnessed, correct? The second day of darkness. 3 days, April 8th, 2023. The sun goes the wrong way again. Starts in Texas. Remember? Went through Oregon to Texas, Texas again, and goes all the way out through 11 Ninevehs. 1 ark, 1 rapture. How many people stood on the X again? Correct? Stood on the X again. Right there in Rapture, Indiana. I'm going to get raptured, guys. You ready to go get raptured? Your 3rd day of darkness, brothers and sisters. 3rd day of darkness. So don't fall for this 3 days of darkness crap like people say. You better be paying attention when they blot out these stars. They do it for a reason. Why do you think that there was an eclipse at the time of Christ? You might want to pay attention to these things. Yeah, a celestial eclipse at the time of Christ. How do you think the earth went dark? And why did he do that? Why did he darken the earth? You might want to ask yourself that. Was he trying to get him to look at something in the sky? He said, look up, for your redemption draws nigh. And on 9/23 is that's right. The Revelation 12 sign 7, that's the number of completion, brothers and sisters. That's to be matured. Oh, you're listening to what I'm telling you. 9/23 of this year, you watch. They're going to push the biggest fear porn you've ever seen. That's the beginning, the equal Knox day. 3/23, spring, fall, Knox, equal day, equal night, beginning of their fall festivals, brothers and sisters. The pagans, the heathens, Samhain, All Hallows Eve. Here we go again. And they're going to go, oh my God, it's the end of the world. But it's going to be the 7th anniversary, brothers and sisters. 7 is the number of judgment. 7 seals, 7 trumpets. Please, brothers and sisters, listen to what I'm telling you. I'm telling you first, so you're not going to fall for this. They're going to make a big deal about the date 9/23. And I'm going to tell you, go watch last year at the 6-year anniversary. I was telling everybody, I didn't say anything about that at all. I covered the Revelation 12 sign because that's what 9/23 is to me. Don't you find that rather ironic that the birth of the king was born at the fall equinox, 9/23? You know, there's some questions on when Christ was born. He wasn't born in December, October, or November. 100% historically, you can prove that. Yeah. But the sheep are in the pasture in the month of September. I'm not saying I don't care about births. Stop talking about birth dates, you heathen. Only heathens celebrate birth. Satanists. You want to be a Satanist? Celebrate birth dates. You're definitely vain to the Father. You're celebrating these traditions of men, women of men. You are coming into the women of men. You could have been a son of God. You might have been following the law, but you turned and you came into the women of men. What are you going to do? Create some kind of giant? Yeah, that's what you're doing. God doesn't want us celebrating birth, brothers and sisters, or celebrating self. Even worse, the celebration of self. The birth of self, you can't be more Satanist than that. Right? So go get your cross with that today. That's the reason I've actually, thank you, Father, for that edification that we can always get a cross in this world, brothers and sisters. There's no excuses. Birth dates prove that. So I don't want to hear your piss poor excuses why you can't go get a cross today. Yes, you can. Start calling somebody. Tell them what's really going on. Tell them about Father's Day and Mother's Day. Get your cross, brothers and sisters. Bring them to the book of Matthew. Tell them that most people are going to hell. That'll get your cross. They won't like you for that. No, they won't. Thanks for coming in, Donald. So, anyways, no matter what I do, no matter where I go, I'm always going to take up my cross, brothers and sisters. So that's what I do. Like I said, I'm coming to a crossroads in my life. I'm not going to bail on my son. I could have already done that, but we'll see which way this goes. Again, I don't see how this county is going to be able to get a conviction. I have a court date one day before 90 days. And in the state of Oregon, they have 90 days to produce a trial. If they take you and indict you on charges, they have 90 days for a speedy trial. And so they're running out of time. And the next court date that I have, they're only going to have one more day. So, because they put a no contact order against me and my son, and they put a no contact order in his wife. He can't talk to his wife either. None of us can talk to each other. So, I got nobody in my life right now, Ross. That's why I've been a little bit off here on the channel, but I'm real. I'm not off. It's just me. It's what's happening in my life. So, and he's the only person I can talk to, the only person I really church with on a regular basis. And I mean, we go sometimes a week or two without talking, but not normally, we have gone long periods in disagreements or whatever, but, we've had he was supposed to move out here to where I was at and build a house, out here with me. Finally, he's going to say, Dad, whatever. I know I don't like it out there because I don't like the law enforcement. They're really bad, and I know you get targeted and stuff. And he knows because he's got the poop end of the stick on that because they target him. But he can't even talk to his wife right now. I can't imagine how he's struggling, because that's his, he's yoked with her. I like her a lot. She supports him, and they read the Word of God together. They study. I've been over at his house, and you know, so cool to go over there, see that interlinear Texas Receptus, 4 volume set over there, and knowing that they go and read that together. And there's just, so anyways, I think, and I don't know, and I don't care, they're going to do, God's going to do, will be done. But I believe what they're going to try to do is, come my next court date, they're going to try to extend this out for another whatever, but they can't do that. They have to give you legal counsel. And unfortunately, nobody stepped up and donated any, extra funds. And I haven't sold the land that I was trying to sell. I have 25 acres for sale right now, of a 20-acre parcel and a 5-acre parcel to fund this. So nobody has to give me any money, but I haven't gotten any money for funds for an attorney. And I'm trying to sell everything I own, to include the only vehicle that I have that I don't want to sell. But if it does, it is what it is. I'll walk, I'll figure it out. But they have to give you an attorney, and they haven't. And so I'm 75 days from the day that they arrested me and my son and his wife, and they have not given my son, his wife, an attorney, and they should have never arrested her. They didn't even have a warrant for her arrest, and they have to show probable cause. I already spoke with my attorney about this, that I just can't obtain them. I don't have the funds to do it. So God wanted to, somebody, boom, I got this guy, no problem. Oh man, should go worldwide. The whole state of Oregon should be put on front. This isn't the only county where they're actually, in almost every county, they don't have enough prosecuting attorneys to prosecute all of the crime that's going on in the state. And they're releasing everybody in the state in 7 days. I'm the only one that got held more than 7 days. That's because I said that they were targeting me. And that's proof the worst thing they should have ever done was kept me in jail for 1 extra day. And they kept me a whole extra 7 days, a whole extra week. Even the attorney that was representing me, which was Elijah's attorney, that's illegal. And he's fired that attorney since. You can't have co-defendant on the same case. Was telling him, you need to let this guy out. He doesn't have a criminal record. He's a United States honorably discharged veteran, and he pays taxes in this county, and you're holding him longer than you should. You're going to ruin this case. And they still just, that Ted Martin would not even look at me in the courtroom, and just with his heart on over there or whatever. I keep saying that, but I don't know what's wrong with the guy, but I do, that I was exposing him for 4 years. Ted Martin and I have a history since Elijah was, got involved with some rapist that was lying about he didn't tell anybody he was a rapist. He actually told people around here that was his wife. Or imagine raping somebody and going around saying that's your fiance, the lady you've raped. Yeah, you think I was a little pissed off going around? That's how we caught on to this guy, is he was telling people different stories about his crime. And then my son, was hanging around. I'm like, what the hell are you doing hanging around this guy? So it's a massive case, brothers and sisters. This case is huge. It exposes police corruption. It exposes that there's not enough prosecuting attorneys throughout this state, and that they're having to turn out people irregardless of their crime in 7 days. Even the attorney that represented me said, hey, the county over, Klamath County, there's 7 days. If this happened in Klamath, you've been out, so it's proof that there's, a lot of corruption in the county that I live in. And it's not just this county. This is happening in other states, guys, where they release in the poorest counties, they release more murderers and rapists and pedophiles into these counties, and they get released into parole and probation, and they take them on a contract, and they get paid to have them in these counties. It helps fund the states, or the county, the counties in the state that have problems with funding. This isn't something that I wanted to get involved in. This is something my son got involved in. Look how it's influenced my life. Now I'm got felony charges and my whole house, I still haven't fixed what they've ruined. But, I don't have all the fence poles and I have some fencing and stuff, but I'm trying to do everything I can. I'm just one dude out here, one guy, they wrecked all of it pretty much. I mean, they made sure they hit all of it for, everything except for this fencing over on the other side, but all this fencing, they even drove out to make sure they knocked all those other ones down when they told me they wouldn't. Specifically said, hey, I need the gate code so we can drive out of here and not run over any more of your fences. And I gave it to them immediately, and they still did it anyways because they're thugs, they're jackboot thugs. So I need a forerunner, Gregory. That's what I need. I just want a forerunner now, guys. Seriously. I was going to try to get a Tacoma. If you've been watching me for a while, I've been trying to get a truck and just get mobile and get out of here. I've tried for 10 years now. It's this whole idea to buy this land, build a homestead, learn how to live out, from underneath the weather, the sun, get away from weather, under the ground, not like live under there, but, and then, so, I'm just not going to be able to afford it, guys. I can't. I don't have any assets that are selling to do that. And the money that I had left that I could have done it with the silver that, okay, I know I didn't have, that much gold. So, but I had enough to bail Elijah out of jail and still go buy the truck that I need right now. I probably could have still bought that double cab Tacoma. But maybe not. I need a little bit more money, but I could have bought the forerunner. That sucks because I really want to go on the road for a little bit before this 10/24 date. I need a break, and I'm not doing homestead. It isn't the Democrats. There's no such thing as Democrats or Republicans. Don't play that stupid game in here, please, Johnnies. Donald Trump is Joe Biden, if you hadn't figured it out. Kamala Harris is John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy is Ronald Reagan. They're all related to the Queen, so don't tell me about Democrats, blue, or Bloodbekins, red, because they're all two wings to the same dragon and two cheeks to the same hole. If you fall for that, you're the problem in this country. If you vote in this next election, you're the problem in this country. Just so you know. Anybody supports this 40% of people who work for this government, state, federal, county, public official, contractor, private. That's why nothing gets done in this country, brothers and sisters. 40% of the people who work in this country who in this country work for the government. So I understand that, Greg. I just said that. Because you saw that, and so I just bounced off the word you said, Greg. I appreciate it. I didn't mean to go there. So, I'll get the forerunner though, guys, because that's affordable. Something will sell here eventually, and I'm working hard every day. I'm working hard. I am. So the forerunner is going to give me from. How's it going from Ukraine? That's it. I feel so bad. I constantly talk about your country, just so you know. If you haven't subscribed to this channel, I do talk about Ukraine a lot. Okay, on this channel, so you might want to. I'm gonna get the forerunner. I wanted the crew cab, Gregory, so I could put my dogs and go on the road. I'd like to visit with some of my subscribers before this date, before the weather gets too bad. And I plan on coming back here. I'm not going to leave here for now. I just too much. I have too much invested in the time and effort to know that I don't put out an overlay map of how this earth is going to be. A lot of it's going to be covered in water, and then going to run to an area where it's going to be covered in water. So I need to stay put. I know that I can't go too far, but for now I can, until that starts happening, because it's not going to be like, oh my gosh, this water washed all the way up to the Rockies. It's probably going to start in the Carolinas and, New York, like the whatever the money, you can see the water coming over the buildings in the Carolinas and Florida and Georgia. Maybe some of that might wrap around and even get into the Gulf and whatnot, take out some of that. And that's why I believe we saw that April 8th. As I told, I'm the only old blogger that's put that out on the internet. There's not one other. So even if I die today or whatever, something happened to me, I feel a sense of accomplishment, pride, but I feel accomplished that I accomplished what God wanted me to set out to declare, some of the things that no other channel has been able to piece together the puzzle to convey the bigger picture, to see the bigger picture of what potentially, I'm not a prophet, I don't know exactly, but I know that in his word it does tell us that the seas and the waves will be roaring and the nations will be in perplexity from that event. So we haven't seen it, and I always wondered, I'm like, I always looked at the book and I'm like, well, we'll know, because I've always said that, and bam, here's the event. I'd finally pegged down that it's going to potentially, start this lifting of this tidal shift, continental tidal shift, and declare that as, I couldn't feel more blessed. So cool. I want to talk about Ukrainians and how America is responsible for unaliving a whole generation in your country. The average fighting age of the Ukrainian men and women, because they throw the women in Ukraine into the meat grinder over there, is over 40 years old, and we paid for it. Americans killed Ukrainian people, and I get on these people over here for doing it. They funded it. They have blood. I'm a veteran. Like you actually have people from America over there now in your country. Okay, F-16s and all this. I hope you understand what your country's doing. It's not you people in Ukraine. There's a lot of good Ukrainians, but your government is just like America. Zelensky is a criminal. Putin is a criminal. Biden is a criminal. Trump is a criminal. John F. Kennedy was a criminal. Ronald Reagan were all criminals. George Washington was a 33-degree Mason. So I pay attention to the word of God, and that's what leads me, not these things of the world. And we in America paid to hunt alive a whole generation of Ukrainians. Sad. Americans funded it. And I asked them, did you get a vote on that over here? And they didn't. That's what sucks. It's supposed to be a free country. I don't know what your name is, but there's no freedom here. There's no, but, or we're supposed to have rights. No, there's no rights over here like that. So I thought of moving to Russia, and that might offend you if you're Ukrainian, but there's Ukrainians that aren't falling for that crap over there. That Putin's a bad guy. Putin's a good guy. Zelensky's a good guy. Zelensky's a bad guy. They're both Vladimirs, they're both, but either way, it's not about that. That is all about money and big ivory towers, these people fighting, and then they send the best of the best into the meat grinder. So I'm going to make a mention about Ukraine because it's worth mentioning. You understand? We've unalived a whole generation. Brothers, sisters, I don't know if I did this or not. In 2 years, a whole generation of Ukrainians are gone. Gone. Again, did you hear what I said? They're literally going in white vans and scooping up, like if this person is, these people unwilling, and taking him and throwing him into the meat grinder, into the front lines. Some of the training they get is, I'm a veteran. They reduced, training way down. I mean, there was only 8 weeks of basic training, in the average training now. Advanced is different, but it's all been compacted. Things used to be, and they did it even, I think, 2 weeks or sometimes they gave those Ukrainian men and women over there under 40 years old, bam, and then bam, right out onto the, here, have a tampon, camouflage, M16 tampon, go get it, and now they're about to do that in America, guys. If you have not paid attention, under this administration, it had been mentioned before that they will draft. If there's a draft, it's all of a sudden, and we're involved in all kinds of crap all over the world if you're not paying attention, okay? But they will draft the women in America. So I rebuke this country. This country is an apostate nation. So that's how they take over. They get rid of the people to inherit the land. Yep. So I hope you're good to see you there, Sister Levette. Long time no see. I hope you're paying attention, because we as Americans who went to work and filled out a W-2, did you fill out a W-2 last year and have a job? Well, you paid to kill Ukrainian men and women. You funded it. You have blood on your hands, whether you like it or not. That's why are you so anti-government, Tracy? You like killing Ukrainians? You like paying for that? You like for your tax dollars to go to pay to kill women and children too? Not just, Ukrainian women, but children die as casualties of war as well, get caught up in this. So are you okay with that? You understand? I'm not okay with that. So thanks for coming into Ukraine. Your nation is an apostasy just as much as Israel and just as much as Russia. You keep lobbing stuff back and forth to each other. I cannot believe how reserved Vladimir Putin is. You're really lucky that he hasn't mushroom cloud your whole country. But I remember the Ukrainian history where people forget. Remember that whole thing with Tucker Carlson and the interview with Vladimir Putin? The whole history of gave you the whole historical. He left out the original Ukrainian history, brothers and sisters. Russia went in and just destroyed those Ukrainian. If you go back a little bit further than Mr. Putin gave you, you'll realize it wasn't all that big song and dance that he gave you with Mr. Tucker. He's one of them too, guys. So please don't fall for this crap. So you're paying to unalive women and children, men, Ukrainian, and a whole civilization is not even there. Seriously, the average fight, they either fled the country because they don't want to get thrown in the meat grinder, or they're just not there, brothers and sisters, anymore. They're gone. I think U.S. Contracting companies already have the deals to rebuild Ukraine. Sure, subcontract. It's called Halliburton. Anonymous. It's called Halliburton. We do it here. They build schools. They go over in the desert. It's private contracting company. You already nailed it. That's what we do. We sell bullets and Band-Aids. Sometimes we go back and rebuild stuff if we have interest in the area, but they're almost, that's basically, you guys, remember, Russia gave, Ukraine and Crimea and they let them, that was all part of Russia. And they gave them their independence after, remember, Gorbachev, tear down that wall. Don't you remember your history? The Berlin Wall, the fall of that, and then all those nations, all the Baltic and all the, nations became, Ukraine was one of them, brother, sister. That used to be part of Russia. Most people in Ukraine speak Russian, depending on where you're at in Ukraine. So it's rather, imagine fighting your own country. You don't think there could ever be a faction here in America, East versus West? Didn't you watch that Obama movie? Or maybe it wasn't the Obama one. I didn't watch it, but there was another one that they recently put out. I don't watch any TV. So I just watch people do blogs about it. It's better to do it that way now, I found, than even watching the movies. That way I get like multiple sides of it. I don't just get a bias of mine. I get all these different, factual and some opinions. And so it's a better way, I found, than watching any movie this day and age. Actually go watch people who blog about the movie. You get a whole lot more. And they get to the comment section too, which absolutely just, oh, that's way better, just watching the movie and getting your own bias. It is. Trust you me, it is. I know, I've done it for a long time. So, but anyways, this new movie talks about that happening right here in America. That's what's going on in Ukraine, guys. People don't have any understanding how, I was blogging, back in about Ukraine, about Poroshenko. You know who that is? He was the chocolate king of Russia. And then we went over in 2000, what was the Donetsk and all that agreement, brother and sister. Don't you remember you pay attention to any of this, people getting plugged in the butt and there was, don't you remember all that going on in Ukraine? People forget so fast that we've been over there for long before 2014. That was 2014, brother and sisters. But, removed the United States removed a legally elected president, and we had this coup, and we went and replaced it, with the chocolate king of Ukraine, guys. That was 2000. That was 10 years ago. Most people can't pay attention for about 10 seconds. 10 minutes? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Not most people, but we've been in Ukraine because to kind of support what you're saying there. Look, Anonymous, look how many places that Vladimir Putin found that we've funded, how many, nuclear places that all these chemical labs, these were all 100% US funded. Totally all that over there in Ukraine. I'm not going to give up the exact locations, but you guys might want to actually, who covers the Ukrainian war better than any other channel on the internet? Who's covering right now? Tell me right now, guys, if you want to, who's covering the Russia-Ukrainian war better than any other blogger, any other YouTuber, any other TikTok, any other Rumble? Oh, I want to hear it. Who's covering it? You want the best information on what's going on in Ukraine? Who's the best source on YouTube? We're going to give that up. As a matter of fact, I better give this thing up here. I feel a little better. Thanks for talking, guys. I just had to get it out. I had a dream in my childhood and still have not to visit America, but I changed such funds to fly to you. Now I'm trying to survive in my own country. This country did not give me anything. Yeah, sorry. Apologize. I'm not sorry about anything, but I hope you see that there are honest people over here in America that realize what's going on in your country. Most Americans don't even know what's going on in their own country here in America, let alone what's going on in yours or Russia's or Iran or Yemen or what, Lebanon. Are you paying attention to what's going on right now, guys? There's a lot going on right now, but let's go back to what we're saying. Brothers, sisters, what is going on in around the world right now is an apostasy. We're not supposed to be sitting here and going outside our borders. You know what I'm saying? And yet we've been involved in Ukraine for yeah. Well, Lex, remember what got rid of the COVID? What got rid of the COVID? Wars and rumors of wars, correct? So now everybody's paying attention to the apostate nation Israel and Iran and Lebanon and all this Middle East, right? It's all talk of the Middle East, all the Red Sea and the Black, and all this over, right? So, yeah, Ukraine has been funded by NATO, guys. There's no such thing as Ukraine, too, by the way. That's not Ukraine over there. You could go back months ago. I showed you on this channel that they were going over there because we have this modern day version of, social media, that over there they were showing that there was nobody over there on the front line speaking Ukrainian many months ago. Many months ago. So most people have no idea in the history of Ukraine how deeply we've been involved. That is the breadbasket of Europe, brothers and sisters. The breadbasket of Europe. So very important place, positioned in a very important location, and now they've destroyed that country. I don't think Ukraine is producing anything this year. Very little, if anything. All their crops, that's where they were fighting a lot of these wars, guys, was out in this country areas too. I don't know what you've been following, but Ukraine is not funded by Ukraine anymore. It's US funded, and it's all NATO. So it's NATO against Russia. It's not Ukraine against Russia. That's what sucks, is Ukraine got caught in the middle of it, brothers and sisters. Do you think those Ukrainian people over there want to, again, like I said, fight their own people pretty much, or they're all, people that they were used to be a part of their country? Don't think that can't happen in America, guys. Stop sleeping at the wheel. That's exactly it. It's the pipeline. Those are the pipeline that went through Ukraine. Thank you, Ross. I had that in my head, but I'm like, is anybody going to figure this out? Ross nailed it. It's always been about that oil to the European nations that goes through Ukraine, guys. It's very important. People don't realize Russia is the largest producer of, a lot of things, aren't they? Oil is a massive part of their industry. So it funds a lot of their ventures Not just, if you notice, they're over there in Syria. Russia gets around too, kind of like the US. So, but it never really was a Ukrainian war, brothers and sisters. We done take over that country a long time ago. Kind of like this country, America's been taken over a long time ago. And we're just seeing the rebuilding of this new system. Whether you understand whether it's happening or not in front of your face, the whole system is being reset. The BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, is just a fraction of this Silk, Belt Road, the old rebranding that old Silk Road, the Belt Road Initiative to bring people away from the dollar, away from the US, and bring it the east to the west. It's changing. The tides are changing. There's a shifting of the tides. I told you that. So it's happening. It already started back in 2020. That was the reset. I find it rather alarming. It only took just a couple years to what got rid of the COVID, wars and rumors of wars, all that talk of Ukraine and all that. They quit talking about the COVID, and then they switched over. Remember the Middle East there, and they had Iron Dome getting rocked by, Iran and all that apostate nations, Israel and Iran going back and forth, going against the New Testament, Nobody special in that place, Israel, so you guys don't fall for that, okay? Very important, guys, very important. Fertilizer. Look what's going on over there in like Dutch, all the Dutch and Holland and all those farmers, all those fertilizer restrictions and restraints. They've been pinching those people off, and then people don't realize that they were bringing products from their countries into some of these other countries from like Ukraine and stuff. And this stuff was getting dumped, spraying that same fertilizer on these public officials' buildings. I'd like to see some of that in America. Imagine these farmers taking and spraying all that fertilizer, cow poop all over the White House, right? Let's wait till Trump gets in to do that, please. Okay. It already stinks enough with the current administration that's pretending to be the pretended in there. So, we'll turn it into the poop house, because that's what it is. It's a big poop show going on here with these many ticks, bloodsuckers, politicians, many bloodsucker politicians, whatever they are, government officials. So let's get back to the subject here, what we're talking about. There's a lot coming down the pipe, brothers, sisters. If you ain't seen it, they're already dismantling the United States of America right before your eyes. They're shifting. We used to go blow up women and children in countries and fighting age men for not paying for our oil. Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein, I mean, go on and on. And so, but that's not even happening anymore. Saudi's selling oil in any, currency right now. That's the death of the dollar right there. Just so you know, you could put a fork in it. She's done. And then you want to see the death of the dollar. Both Kamala Harris and Donald McScrooge. Kamala can't stop cackling. Smoked way too much pot, lady. Bob Marley, that's what Monkey Works calls her, and Donald Trump are both supporting the weakening of the dollar. And America's, like I said, I'm not gonna tiptoe through this time. Are too stupid to know economics to when you weaken the dollar. That's ruining your purchasing. Another way to destroy the purchasing power of the dollar. But people are like, oh yeah, we love them, so they're both doing it, and they'll both support. That means they're going to support the Fed. Remember, he said he was going to audit the Fed. He supported the Fed by doing the same thing last time. So he already did the same freaking thing last time. Brought interest rates down to 0%. That was 14 years of interest rates at nothing. Nothing. Penalized. You got some retirement, you ain't gonna make no money on it. Put money in the bank, you ain't gonna make no money on it. That's ridiculous, guys. That penalizes the saver, right? The retiree. You gotta get some money on your interests when you put money in your retirement's gonna cover your basics. You're gonna do anything, have any kind of extra life, it's gonna be off the interest you earn. So I rebuke Donald Trump. Freaking destruction of the US dollar is printing $8.8 trillion in 4 years. You couldn't be a bigger socialist ever. And well, Biden's on the whole because he has to, but that's just an economic thing. But yeah, I think he'll print about the same. He'll probably come under, I'm hoping, because Donald Trump's got to be the greatest at everything that he does. Remember? The greatest, the greatest, the greatest, the greatest, the greatest, the greatest, the greatest. I can't sin. I'm the greatest, the greatest, the greatest. So yeah, he spent $8.8 trillion in 4 years. Donald Trump is the largest, biggest social. Everybody's worried about Bernie Sanders getting elected back then. Remember? You got Donald Trump, the biggest socialist ever in the history of mankind. He took $8.8 trillion from the taxpayer and gave it to all his buddies at Pfizer and the Koch brothers and Johnson Johnson. Remember, record earnings in 2020, right? Oh, he didn't take a salary. Shut the hell up with that nonsense. Seriously, the largest, that's called socialism, brothers and sisters. The redistribution of wealth. Communism is when you have a two-tier class society, the have and the have-nots, and that's where we're headed, because that's what the COVID did. Destroyed the middle class of this country. Remember, if your job had, your business owner, you had 2, 3, 5, 8, 10 people, you had to shut your business down, your little dojo, your little, side floral business. No, but the big Target and mortar, the bug didn't get in there, did it? The Walmart got to stay open, didn't it? I rebuke Donald Trump. I rebuke that man. He's an absolute apostasy. I'm going to put Hillary Clinton in jail. She sat 3 bodies away from him as inaugural dinner. The most despised people I ever laid my eyes on, no hate, because I don't hate him, is Donald Trump supporters. You are the most ignorant people to ever walk this to walk this nation, to fall after a man who lives in the same amount of stories as Nimrod's tower, the Babylonian tower, and then decorate it with Satan. You are the apostasy. You are the adversary to God. You are a Satanist yourself. You're the adversary. You're going to go after a man who decorates his house with Satan and calls himself a Christian and says he can't sin, said he's vending a microscopic line of camels and sparing no expense. You couldn't be any more blasphemous to the word of God. So he's an absolute, an apostasy. And I rebuke the fact that he printed $8.8 trillion and you had to wait how long to get a stimulus check? How long did it take his monies to get that, 5 points? Yeah, they got that right away. And you had to, how long? Yeah, Donald Trump is a criminal. We need to lock him up. Donald Trump should be put in prison. Donald Trump for prison. Remember Hillary Trump, right? Same thing, guys. They're 2 peas in a pod. Oh, file. Yes, they are. Same thing with Joe, if you ain't figured it out. Island, EpiPen Island boys. I'm not sure about Hillary. Kind of hard to figure that one out, isn't it? What is that? Might have to see the bone structure without the skin on it to figure that out. I need to see the pelvic bone. Oh, gross. Disgusting. So think about how much money was made on buttons. I have a graphic design, media design. My brothers they've made fortunes off of design, graphic. They've worked for NASCAR, DuPont, Jeff Gordon, Budweiser. They worked for GM Goodwrench. We're working there. We're at the track when Dale Earnhardt Sr. died. So they're marketers. Okay. Do you realize how much hundreds of millions of dollars were brought in by the Hillary for prison? It's called swag, brothers and sisters. Okay. Buttons, banners, t-shirts, all this, the websites and all that, all the money that went and filed into his account. He didn't take a salary, but look how much money he made on Hillary for prison alone. That should be enough to convict him, right? Right there. Fraud, that you're going to say one thing and do another. Yeah, he's the two-faced joker. Get it? There's 2 jokers in a deck. Joker's wild. It does what? It trumps the other card, the trump card. Get it? Joker. Why is there? He's Janus, the two-faced God. I'm not going to vote for that bill unless you take out the LBGR3TC3POD2, whatever, GQPX, over there in the desert. I thought they threw him off buildings for doing that over there, one day, and then he turned work out of it is what he said, right? Turns around the next day and votes for the same bill. He says something. He says he's going to audit the Fed. Go back to the original, conversation. He lowers interest rates, supports the Fed. Donald Trump is the Federal Reserve, just so you know. He is the money printer. Brrr, he's just the front man. the talking head, the orange-faced clown, sun god, Agent Orange that supports red flag gun laws, taking your guns first. That's what he'll do. If you elect Donald Trump, well, it doesn't matter who you elect. You elected Donald, 81 million people voted for him, and Joe Biden is the most popular president in the history of mankind. Are you that? See, that's why I can't stand this country. That alone should just make you throw up. Joe Biden is the most popular president ever in the history of America. He didn't even come out of his basement to campaign. Donald Trump was selling out sports arenas, leaving people freezing their ass off, getting frostbite in the cold to go see this phallic-loving, tower-living, decorated with Satan. I can't sin. I'm going to put Hillary Clinton in jail. I'm going to build the greatest wall ever. He didn't even build the wall, did he? He didn't even build any wall. He shored up what was there, but he didn't build any wall. What a criminal. He should be locked up for that. Greatest wall. He didn't build any wall. Remember the 4 designs? They never actually implemented wall, brothers and sisters. Anything that was there was shored up. There was already $500 million from the Obama administration to build that wall, just so you know. Mr. Double, Two-Face. Yeah, he added to the swamp. Thank you, Anonymous. He did. He added more people. Guys, look who he voted in. Look who all the people he put in those positions. You telling me I hate to break it to you. You are the swamp. The middle class, brothers and sisters, people who employ 2, 3, 4, 5, the middle class, the backbone of this country. That's what Donald Trump destroyed, if you ain't figured it out. By executive order, by declaring a national emergency, using the Emergency Authorization Use Act, usurping short, medium, and long-term clinical trials so you can gene therapy. Yeah, your mRNA. There's nobody got whacked the nation, brothers and sisters. Nobody took a whack the nation. That's not what happened. You got jabbed with the mRNA, protein spike mimicker, the Wuhan spike strain. That's what you got. It takes 12 years to put something out, short, medium, and long-term. They usurped that by declaring a national emergency in all 50 states. You might want to pay attention to what that criminal did. $2.2 trillion to create that great. It take me, pay you $1 million a day. It take me $360,000 or 1,000 years just to pay you back one. And he took $2.2 trillion just to create that greatest jab. The king of the jab in less time than it took the Revelation 12 sign to come to pass. 40 weeks, the ingestation of a child. That's right. They put this thing out, not short term, medium term, long term. How long does it take to produce a whack the nation, right? Here, let me stick a little in you there, honey, to give you just the tip. How'd that work out for you? Ended up getting the whole shaft, didn't you? Yeah, that's how virology works, brother, sister. We're going to put a little bit in you, huh? And your body will build up an immunity. That's not what they gave anybody, brothers, sisters. It's so criminal what they were able to do on society. And no, stand on the X. Shut down your business. Go inside. Flatten the curve. Put on your face diaper. That's right. Put your ritualistic shame muzzle. Aren't you going to participate in this masquerade with the rest of us here? I hope you didn't participate in that masquerade. I didn't. I held a protest out in front of the police department trying to get them to stand up and so the businesses wouldn't be shut down. Maybe that's why I got thrown in jail, huh? What did you do during the COVID? Did you stand up to your governor? Does your governor know your name? During the COVID, did the governor ever say your name? Did your first and last name ever come out of his or her mouth? What about the elected sheriff in your town? Like, hey, this guy's too much standing. This guy's holding a protest across from our police department about not standing with the businesses, man. This guy's a pain in our ass. He won't go away. That was all going on in this case with me. All that was going on at the same time, too, just so you know. Yeah, seriously. I'm like, guys, you can support these businesses. How about every one of us just figure out how much or what we're going to buy, and you're going to buy a gallon of milk and a bag of Doritos. Just give them $20. Give them a tip. Let's walk out. Let's everybody's walk in there without the mask. We will. They can't kick us out of there if we all go in there. We're not wearing the mask and we pay cash. Got to know how much it costs and make sure you don't take anything. How the hell could they do anything to us? Come on, guys. Come on, man. Come on, let's do something. Let's be the ones. Let's be the only one in America to do something, to stand up against this criminality. Seriously, come on, guys. They can't tell us we can't go in there without our face diapers on. I don't go in there and I use the curbside service. I still support the business. Oh, these are little businesses. We're doing this. We're wearing our face diaper because we don't want our business. Stand outside. Wait in line. That's what I did. Actually, I didn't wait in line. Everybody went in and wore their face diaper. Seriously. I asked Rick, the guy that worked up here, Rick, this is a small town, man. It seems like everybody watched. It's just, I see everybody in this town is like, is anybody else doing what I'm doing? It's like, well, there's one other guy. Was anybody not wearing their, no, Tracy, I've been here for 15 plus years. I know everybody in this town and everybody knows me. Everybody knows Rick, right? Everybody knows Rick. I'm just saying, he's been there too long. Everybody knows him. He's like, no, Tracy, everybody at least once or twice to get their groceries. Some of them were hanging low or whatever, but they still put that thing over their face. You are the only person in this town. Because Rick wouldn't do it either. They were going to fire Rick. He wouldn't even wear the face diaper. He went and got one of those face shield things that's like way out or whatever, that stupid little thing there. And he kind of still sagged it or whatever. Scarlett, she wore her name tag upside down the whole time. She wouldn't wear it. Some people did what they could. Guys, I wasn't mad at the people who were working, who they had to pay their bills, and I didn't like the participation, but it is what it is. I didn't try to be a pain in the butt for them. Actually, I used that curbside service, and I was really nice, and I'd always tip them and give them a tip, and like, hey, I know that a lot of the people, they don't like that I'm out here doing this, but I appreciate you guys coming out and bringing my groceries out here. I'm not going to go in the store, and you guys know why. I'm a veteran, and if the mask works, why the hell are they making people wear it? I mean, if it freaking works, what are you worried about? Somebody else is not. You're wearing your mask. Shut the hell up. I mean, you have a First Amendment right, but be quiet. It's the right to choose. Freedom of what? Choice. They're taking that away. My PTSD is going through the roof. I'm going crazy. I better do something. I better stand up. And so I did. I hope you did. Does your governor know who you are? Do you think the pretendant might have known what was going on here in this little tiny county when I was standing up, getting the Fed, all this? That was a federal thing. People were telling me, Tracy, there's people out here watching what you're doing out here. These people have a lot of money and they know what you're doing, and they're going to come unalive you, dude. This is not the thing. I understand you stood up for the community and all this rights and all this, but this is a worldwide thing, Tracy. They're going to throw you in federal prison. You can't be standing. There's a time and a place, Tracy. I want to pull you. I really like what you do out here, but you got to understand this is a big deal. I mean, you're holding protest out in front of the police department, and you're going to get yourself killed. You're other people involved. I'm not responsible for what anybody else does, but if they want to support my cause or the cause, that's their cause. I'm not forcing anybody to do what I'm doing. If they want to support what I'm doing, that's one thing, but I'm not going to stand around and not do anything and shut up. So I did things like that. I used the curbside service. I did that and still supported the business. There were times that I would sit out there for an hour. It's supposed to be short time, but they're busy over here in this little town. And, maybe I get 2 or 3 things, and sometimes they wouldn't even bring me the right thing that I asked for. And I never even made them go back in. Not once. I said, oh, thank you. Gave them the tip, and like, oh, again, I'm just trying to stand up for you guys. I'm not upset, you guys in there, that whatever they wrote online, because I'm doing a lot of stuff online, but I'm still trying to support this business. No, Tracy, we appreciate what you're doing out here. We get to come out of the store, and then every time we come out, you give us a tip or something. And so we don't mind coming out here. We don't see it's a problem. Actually, I think it's pretty cool what you're doing. Somebody's got to do it, and you definitely be the guy to do it, So after I quit using that curbside service and sitting in the car, guys, I used to just go stand in front of the doors, because I figured out I couldn't go inside the building, but they have an entryway. So I'd stand there, I'm saying, and wait for because that way I could look and they could see me and not forget. Because sometimes they just forget that I was out there, to be honest. So, oh crap, Tracy was out there. We forgot, because not too many people would use that curbside to still support the business. There's more than one way to skin a cat, brother or sister. More than one way to skin a cat. Truly is. So I still supported the business. I found a way to do it, but I didn't go by their mandates, because I don't go on dates with men. That's not a law. I don't follow codes. They're not laws, and ordinances aren't laws. And that's a law. All that was all those were codes, mandates, and ordinance. None of that was law. So I didn't follow that because it's not lawful. So I mean, I was removed from the store for not wearing a mask, and then I just never went in there they have the right as business owners. They can tell you, hey, before you can come in this building, you need to put on a George Washington wig, and I want you to have a big clown nose and wear some floppy, they can do that. I wish I could get it, Mountain Peak. I really want, I've been screaming to get that vacation, and just for a couple weeks, because it would charge me up, get to see some people, talk to some of my subscribers, move around, and I would be okay. I know I would, guys. I've tried for 2 years. I sold my vehicle and I was supposed to be able to go, and somebody robbed me. I went to get, the money, and it's going to go get a vehicle and ended up getting robbed. And I didn't even get to leave 2 years ago. I got stuck here not this last winter, but the winter before. So I'm trying. If I had a vehicle right now to go, I would go, but I just don't have a vehicle to do it. I'd find somebody. I feel like I have somebody responsible enough. The guy who took care of my dogs for me while I was gone would make sure that there's food here for the cats. And I would take my dogs and I would go on the road today. I would, but it ain't happening. And I don't think I'm going to get to do that, to be honest with you, before things go down. So I want it. I think I need it, but that's not what God is allowing me to do, because it's totally 100% possible. All he has to do is have somebody buy something that I have for sale. Nobody has to give me anything. It's not like, like I said, I find it so hard that people get, and whatever, it's just dirt. Some of these people get so many people support. I'm not saying I love my brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries, but look how much money he brings in every month to the ministry, and he funds how much? That building, how many salaries? Every month, people tithe to that ministry. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. What a blessing to have Brother Mike and the whole thing. It's amazing how much that people tithe, just the sum of this. But that's a good cause, but and I struggle the way I do. I don't understand it, but I know it's God's will, I have a brother in here that's tithed multiple times, to me recently too. So it's not like I haven't gotten, something, it's not like that. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just trying to say the bigger picture, of things, like I'm covering a celestial event that nobody else is covering except for Adapt 2030. And this is something at the time of Christ. This guy's the biggest, spinning ball channel on this platform, and he funded a whole mobile observatory to drive around the US on his viewers. It didn't cost him a dime. It paid for a whole freaking motorhome for him, and then paid for him to go drive around the US. I wanted to do that years ago, remember? And go see my subscribers, go get more books for the library to bury. I tried to do all that. All crowdfunded, all viewer funded. I paid by the sweat of my brow for Silver Rock Ranch, what eventually could become, Silver Rock Ranch could become High Desert Grace and Truth. But he's got what? Observer Ranch or something, all funded. He's got people going out there to pay him to live on his land, pay him to live at his ranch. I had a ranch before he ever had a ranch. Seriously, guys. And this is God, so I'm okay. I'm okay, guys. I'm just kind of venting if you'll let me. He's got people coming out there that want to pay him because he's got a safe location. I've offered for no charge for people to come out here, guys. So this is what sometimes, and I'm not mad at Ben or any Bendover, Harley Davidson. What a great name to have right now, Mr. Bendover. Suits you fine, doesn't it? Just blows me away, guys. I just want a 2-week vacation. This guy gets to take a whole trip around the United States, funded the whole, he's funded all his ranch. He's got massive buildings that he's building right now, whatever, and I'm building out of repurposed trash. That's okay, Father. My reward is not here. I understand it. So, and I don't need a reward, brothers and sisters. I told you I already have my reward by just having celestial eyes, but the way God makes things manifest sometimes is very confusing, to me, how people can, like I said, that guy gets, every time he does a live, bam, $20, bam, $50. Oh, hi, bam, 20. It just, blows me away, you know. Um, but that's okay. I'm going to scale down my life. And I think when I hit these crossroads, brothers and sisters coming up, I'm going to hold on to everything but this property, right? I'm going to get rid of everything but this property and scale down in my life. Uh, Seriously, I don't need it anymore. It was one thing when I was dreaming to have a homestead. It was one thing when I thought I could have 5 or 6 people, 7 people out here, 8, maybe 10 or 12. I didn't put a number on it, of people not having any cost of living, meaning they had their own house, cabin, whatever building they built, done. We'd build it together. We'd all build it together. Community building first, then food. Food's extremely important. Eating no more of this crap. Totally all natural, all organic gardening and chickens and sheep. And like I said, all these goats and rabbits and all the, the food, all that stuff, all this big dream that I had for so long to put all this together that people are totally successful at doing. But it's time to hang that up. And it can be done again in another day. I'm the kind of guy that you kick me down, I'm going to put my teeth back in my head. I'm going to get back up and ride again. And so that's what I'm trying to do. So the major thing that I wanted to do in my life was just be with my son and build him his house and hang out. That's what I wanted to do, and work hard with him. We were going to do it together. His wife, we were all going to build it. We are going to go get rocks. Silly portion. I'm selling it all right now, Levette. I'm selling all the land except for the 20. I can't sell the other 20 that I have because I can't sell these two because I have payments on them. The other ones, I have a payment on it, but it's such a small payment, and of what I paid for so many years, I'll just pay it off at the time if somebody does a purchase. So I've been advertising. I have 20 acres for sale for less than $1,000 an acre at a really prime location in this valley, if there was out here. And the 5 acres that I bought the UFO property to build the UFO to do my little artsy fartsy thing. It's a beautiful property. It really is. It's got just the way it's set up. It's real close to the school system. So I thought somebody would already bought that by now. To be honest with you, I figured somebody. I was hoping one of my viewers would come out here. One of the subscribers would make it out here and come out and go, man. I was thinking Ryan Iceman was serious for a second, but then he faded, just like everything. Everybody fades on me, brothers and sisters. No, real estate's not gonna. Real estate owners don't. I mean, I bought this property from a real estate company, John L. Scott or whatever. I know what. If you look at my ad, it's just as good as any real estate. I'm not trying to brag, Ross, but I had college. I went in college. I took some real estate in college. When I was in college, I took some real estate courses and stuff. So I know a little bit about real estate. I've never flipped a house or anything like that because I just don't. It's the first property I've ever bought is this one, about 10 years ago that I own here. But I think my listing's pretty strong. I think it's better than the local realtors. If you look at my listing as opposed to what's available, I think I have a better, and I don't have those fees. I'm asking, so, but anyways, I figured that would have sold, but I know it's God doing it. I know if God wanted any of this to happen, guys, I tell myself that every day. This is God's will, Tracy. You could have already sold everything you own. You could have people flying out here. It's not like all your stuff is overpriced. Your stuff is right at near, I've dropped $6,000, $7,000 off the price of that 5-acre parcel that I have now already. So I've already done some price drops on it, and I think I originally listed at 37. Now I have it at that's what I have on there. If you read that, Ross, that's where I really kind of focus on that largest dark sky. None of these other realtors are mentioning that, in their ads, but I do have that we are set apart, the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world, 2.5 million acres, beautiful view of the Table Rock. Talk about all these amenities and all that. It's a very, my wording is I'm pretty, every word counts when you're doing advertising. So that's something that, again, in college that I've done media and advertising and media arts and graphic design and digital graphics and I have experience again, because that's what my brothers have done and made their self-made millionaires by using and the internet and designing programs and graphics and things like that, sports marketing and different things. So, but anyways, I know it's God. God wants any of this. Like I said, I know, because I tell myself there be people be piling in here and buying whatever it is that I have, because I have, you know, like I have that motorcycle that's been up for sale. It's a very rare bike. I even have my flatbed, the last vehicle I would ever want to sell. Um, and I have that up for sale because that's my vehicle that I bring in water and I bring in all the building material with. So, but it's the only vehicle that I have um, at this point. So I got to sell it. I need to get a 4-wheel drive before winter gets here. I cannot get stuck. I'm not going to get stuck here this winter without having 4-wheel drive. And I normally have had 4-wheel drive. I just had to sell that last Toyota. I had to pay the land payments. I didn't want to pay it. I was so close. I almost had the money, but I had needed to make up the money, the difference. So I had to sell the last Toyota. I didn't want to sell the red one, but I wanted to move over and be with my son and take a vacation 2 years ago. And I did. I sold it and I got robbed. So I couldn't leave. So I'm working towards this, guys, to do whatever I can. I don't think it's because of lack of effort. I think this is God's will. He just doesn't want this to happen for me, because it doesn't seem like it's gonna. I mean, I'm trying. It's not for lack of effort. Yeah, it's not. The market's tough right now, guys. That's what I'm saying. I try to keep that in mind too. This is a tough market, to sell anything into right now. I mean, people have money are always going to have money, brothers, sisters. I've always tried to tell people, I've been in sales, and like, stop worrying about when people get paid and dates. And the people who have money 7 days a week. They're not worried about a payday. You can try to find those people. They're out there, but there's nothing wrong with trying to fit into somebody's schedule or payday. But it's getting tough. Even people who have some money right now are holding their money, brothers, sisters, because it's kind of, the state of our economy, the state of the union is a lot of people holding cash right now. Might want to watch some of these top investors, what they're doing, and where they're putting their money in. So that's kind of what we see right now. So it's not an easy time to sell. And I live so far away from everything else, guys, that unless somebody's wanting to come out here personally, having to sell things on a regular basis, a little tough out here. You can't just sell 20, 30, 50, $100 items. Nobody's going to drive 30 or 40, $50 worth of gas to buy a $50, $100 item. They're going to lose money. So things can be difficult for me where I'm at. So that's what I'm starting to realize too, that I need to change. I got to stop doing this out here, convincing myself that all this stuff's going to come together and I'm going to have this bigger picture here, bigger dream. It's not even appealing to me anymore. The only thing that appeals to me about homesteading is growing all natural. I've tried to tell people you might want to pay attention to bend over Mr. Bill Shill, suspicious observer. Yellowstone will never go off again. Underneath is disattached from it, so it's not going to ever go off again like that. Not in our lifetime. Nope. There's a shifting that it moves back and forth, and it does it. I've already just explained to somebody yesterday. I was talking to somebody about showing them some Google images. The lady I was working for her on how this shifts back and forth between Yellowstone, Sun Valley, Idaho, back and forth. There's a zipper where you can see on both sides from Yellowstone to right behind my house, starting right behind my house. The land is opened up like a zipper on both sides. Straight line. You could draw a straight horizontal, parallel, straight, same line, and it goes straight to Yellowstone. So Yellowstone will never go off again in our lifetimes. It's underneath. It has become disattached. So it's going to do its, what I'm saying? It will still vent and do that, but the major eruption from underneath will never, not going to happen. It's been quaking and shaking for too many years. Oh, I covered that long ago. You might want to go look at Truth Viral. I'm TV. I am the host of Truth Viral Television, where the truth goes viral. Yeah, I was covering when the gentleman who had been working there for 30 years at the park and had only ever seen multiple, earthquakes back to back, maybe once or twice. And all the time he'd worked there, not at the level. And all of a sudden it started, that's when everybody started freaking out about, he'd never even seen it in his lifetime. So I've covered this many years ago, brothers, sisters, when people started freaking out about, that's a darn good question. I'm not putting you down or anything, but most people push fear. There's a caldera over here, Mammoth and Big Bear, and it's a lot worse and a much bigger thing. Cascadia, it will be the next one to go, just so you know. There's calderas over here, super volcanoes, kind of like Yellowstone. There's, please look into this. That, what do they call that? Last year, whatever, they had that operation, whatever, with the ham radio. Their Cascade is the one that's going to go next. It's like a ping pong ball, kind of like a pole shift, migration. Remember, magnetic, not shift, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It does this, kind of like heartburn. You ever lay down? Oh, yeah. So it's moving from where it was over there. So don't fear Yellowstone, brothers and sisters. Yellowstone is not going to be an issue in our lifetimes. It's just not. It has gone off multiple times, yes, but this is not something we need to be concerned about in this third dimension, third rock from the sun, spinning and corkscrewing through time and space, all that, not why we're here, okay? It's just not. Please look into what I'm saying. And he has some really good imagery. That's why I still follow Ben, even though he's mocked this channel and, or whatever. And I think he's a shill because he's not talking about this celestial alignment when you're the biggest ball camp channel. And, you can have people send you hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think you should be talking about this alignment that I'm talking about. If you're talking about spinning balls and galaxies and cosmic and all this idiocracy, but it is what it is, brothers and sisters. He still puts out some peer-reviewed and a massive amount. 90% of his information is regurgitated somebody else's information, but that's okay. I don't mind that. Again, I told you I learned most of what I know from other people. So it's not like, oh, you're figuring it all out myself. I do figure out a lot of things, but I do use other people's brains to get in and pick till I can make my own educated decision, if you will. So I just find it, again, rather alarming that this guy's not talking about this alignment. He has all this support group that just supports him like he's, So thank you for your guys' support. A lot. It's appreciated. I told you, man, I just had a rough day this morning, woke up and just really coming to a pinching point in my life where I'm going to come to a crossroads, and I know I got to do something. You know what I'm saying? And I need change is what I need. I don't want to keep doing the same thing over and over, telling myself I'm going to meet some person or have somebody come out here or build a community or any of that. It's over. It's done. If it happens, God will allow it to happen. So I need to focus on being mobile. I'll be less stressed out. I'm not that stressed, but if I had, the ability to pick up and go, where I wouldn't have to take and shoot somebody in the head because they want to come try to unalive me or do something stupid because I don't want to be, to protect myself or whatever, because I don't care about this dirt. I don't want to answer or pull or squeeze or push or punch or strike anybody ever again. I'm already a law enforcement, police officer, veteran, military police. I grew up fighting. I grew up as a white boy named Tracy in Los Angeles, California in the 70s. The only Tracy back then was Dick Tracy. My last name is Werner. They don't see the R. Dick Tracy Werner. Nobody was ever nice to me. Never. Yeah, I had to, pound my way to the lunchroom, so to speak, to eat. So life wasn't always an easy walk in the park for me. So, it's always been a pretty difficult path. And so, it's his will though, difficult is the path that leads to the straight gate. Right. So I don't know. But I'm done telling myself that, this is going to happen. And, I need to prioritize myself and listen to my priority and go with my instincts, turn the world off for a minute. And I know I'm not going to be wrong. If you don't heed these words, brothers and sisters, it's not up to me what happens to you, but there's things aren't going to get better. Many will just survive. Very few will thrive. There's a difference between thriving and surviving, brothers and sisters. The cream always rises to the top. Try to remember the book of Job. I try to remember the gospel. I try to remember this. It's not that long. It's not that hard. You'll make it through these. But isolation is the hardest portion that I have to deal with, to be honest with you. The rest of it I could probably deal with. You know, if I just had somebody else in my life that was physical, something I could touch, see, look into somebody's eyes, I would think this would be different for me. I really do. It's not about deserving, but I don't know what it is that I have done to have all this isolation in my life when I've tried to do the complete opposite. I tried to have my son come out here, build a house. Now I can't even have contact with him, you know, and that's all I ever dreamed of. I really wish my son would have a grandchild, but whatever, he's not. He's not ready. So I'm not going to rush him to do anything like that. But now I don't even know if I don't even know what's going on in him and his wife. You know, I don't know. Hopefully they'll work all this out. I don't even know why they'd have any separation, but I don't know. Things like this drive a wedge between people, you know? So, I want you to heed my word, please. If you don't have mobility, you're really like a duck in a pond. If you think you can just sit there and survive when there's chaos all around you, no, he's not with his mom. He's with his stepdad. So, that's who he went with last time. Now he's with his stepdad. So, breathe, Tracy, breathe. I just hope his stepdad is stepping up, but I don't think he is. But he should have, and it's okay because God will take care of it, but we're not going to talk about that. But I'm coming to a crossroads, brothers and sisters, in my life, and I know that, and I want to make sure I always talk about things. I prepare, I communicate. This is my only way to do it. It's either just me talking to God, and now I can just talk to you guys. If some of you guys are responding, I appreciate it. It's just better than talking to the walls, or my dogs get tired of hearing me, I think, you know. And but I'm coming to a crossroads in my life because there's going to be they have to make a decision on what they're going to do with these criminal charges that they have me charged with 3 Class C felonies and a Class A misdemeanor. And they only have so long to produce a trial, and they're not able to do it now, guys. It's not. There's just not enough. And so I'm trying to switch and go, okay, well, that still might not happen. They'll do whatever they want out in this county. They're known for doing that. But legally, I believe I should be able to, hopefully within the next, before a month, guys, this will all be behind me as far as the charges against me. And so I'm trying to be reserved because I'm like, well, you don't need to get more charges, Tracy, because you can't help your son. Because again, I think what the county is going to do is they're going to drop his wife's charges. They don't have any. They might still have a hard on for me and my son, but I'm pretty sure. And I think they won't at first, but I think once I force their hand and go, well, look, here's what ORS, 135 dot whatever, and show them the statute that says, look, you have to give me a trial within 90 days, or it says you have to drop my charges. You have to make sure the indictment is turned, the overcharge, then this is taken and it's erased. It's gone. So all of it, all your paperwork, you have to file the motions to remove all of this. That's what the state. I've gone through. Yesterday, I spent hours looking through and researching this. So I know what I'm talking about. I have a little bit of variance, but it's okay. I'm going to probably make a phone call before here too long. I'm going to file a motion to have the charges dismissed. I want all charges dismissed, but I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to let up. I think they're sure criminals, and they're not done because all they want is money. That's it. That's all they want is money. I know that sounds crazy, and a little bit of revenge because of obviously what I do out here in this county, pointing out that they're all criminals and they all need fired, and proving and showing case after case after case that they are truly criminal. But they have to make a decision. I have 90 days 90 days, guys. They have to produce a trial. I have a court date on day 89. Day 89. Day 89 in their kangaroo court. So it's 90 days. If you want to look it up, maybe you guys can do a research while you're here. If you can, look up a speedy trial. How long do I have from the time that they indict me, can bring me into custody to produce a trial so then it's 90 days from my arraignment or 90 days from the day of custody. It even says 70 in some of the statutes I saw. So they could already be past the time. I've even seen one that said 100. I'm not sure, but I haven't seen anything over 100. Most all the statutes say 90. You have 60. If I was in custody and they kept me in jail because they had an attorney for me and could provide me attorney but kept me in custody, they would have 60 days to produce a trial, speedy trial, if I was held in custody. But they had to release me because they don't have an attorney for me. 7 days extra, they kept me illegally when they only had 7 days to keep me 7 days or to release me. If you have the right to an attorney, legal counsel, if you cannot afford one, will be appointed to you at no expense. That's it. 7 days, they got to release you from jail. So they didn't release me in 7 days. Illegally, they detained and kept me for a whole extra 7 days before they finally kicked me out of the jail because they did not have an attorney to represent me. I am day 75 today, and that's day 90. I'm not far off, guys. 90 days to produce a speedy trial, meaning they have to, under the right of discovery, suppression of evidence, and the burden of proof, they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt by jury trial. How do they even have enough time to appoint jurors right now? See, they don't. They don't have enough time to even appoint jurors. So I think what they're going to do is they're just going to try to extend this court date illegally, guys. I'm sure they'll try to do it with his wife too. They'll say, hey, we're going to extend this court date out for another because you guys don't have legal counsel. And I'm going to be, no, you're not. You're going to drop these charges. I'm going to file a motion. Here's the Oregon state statute that says that you have to. And if you don't, I will take this to an appellate court. I will start immediately and start making phone calls. I'll get somewhere if they keep me. I guarantee I haven't got anywhere yet. But if they don't produce a trial, I can take this to a higher court. I've read it. That's what happens to it. It goes to an appellate court, and they will have to take care of this. They're not just going to run away from this, guys. And I think that's what they think they've done. They've walked away from this, thinking that it's just going to go away. They could just sweep, because they do this a lot. Well, that's what I do. I want a trial. Yeah, so I can make the 180 hours come out. See, this is the conundrum I'm in, guys. I jumped the evidence. I had to jump the evidence. They would not listen to my son. They would not listen to me. They wouldn't listen to these 180 hours. That means he'd only done, if they said he only did 133 hours, or he'd had 133 hours at 33 months. You don't do your probation community service at the end of your probation. You do it in the beginning. And that's what happened to my son. He did it in the beginning. He went all that way to the end, and they said, hey, you didn't do this back here in the beginning. And I know that he did because I was involved. I called my attorney. I called the lawyer. I called the county. They don't want to listen to this. There's the evidence of the 180 hours that they don't want to listen to. My son got on the bus 1 day a week. If he didn't, he'd get a probation violation. He was on felony supervised probation, meaning you can't miss any appointments. You can't miss any of your community service. If he gets on the bus 1 day a week, works 8 hours a day, that's 32 hours in 1 month. He had 180 hours, 36 months of community service, and restitution to pay. He couldn't pay the restitution at 18 months. He could have got off probation at 18 months. He had no probation violations. He left the county after 5 months after getting out of jail, spending about a year in jail. None of the other guys spent any time in jail. Not even the rapist spent 1 fucking day in jail. Prison, not one. And my son serves nearly a year in jail. He does all his 180 hours. He leaves 5 months after being released out of jail because he does not want to stay here with his dad, messing with this county. Seriously. Whatever. I held protest across from the police department during the COVID. I'm not that guy to be messing with. It's just flesh. I'll get a new body sooner or later. I'll gnash teeth and it'll be a time of season. I ain't concerned. I'm eternal. That'll never end. He said, fear no man who can take your flesh. Only fear who can take your soul. That's what the word of God says. That's what I fear, and that's how I live. I don't let no man tell me how to live. I live by the word of God, the agape, what he leads. He is my compass. He's the wind in my sail. I'm just a vessel. So I had to jump the evidence because my son did a year in jail, 5 guys, and they start going out. They wanted him out of here, and they rushed him out of here. That's what they forgot. They got him out of here as quick as they possibly could. They were working him extra days. There are times he worked 3 days in a row at the fire station, painting. They were hazing about wearing the wrong pants. I spoke with the fire chief. He totally remember. Oh, yeah, that's funny. You remember your son, he wore those pants, and we were like laughing at him because he got paint. He was pissed. I thought we were going out to the fairgrounds to rake the fairgrounds again. He'd worn the wrong clothes. He didn't wear the right attire, and he made a little comment about it, and they haze. This is a country town. They haze you like crazy out here. The fire chief was hazing him. He's a good guy, like fire chief. But anyways, he was laughing at him for having paint on his pants, guys. I mean, there's witness. Don, Tom, Morgan, all these people he went with. This county has forgotten there were people that went to community service with him. It's like he didn't do any. They said at month 33, he had only done 47 hours of community service, brothers and sisters, which means he had 133 hours to complete. That's bullshit. That he would have been given a probation violation. So their whole thing is just, it's insanity what they think they can do, but that's what these people do. They strong arm people, they shut people up, but I'm not. See, I didn't shut up. They're like, shut up about that, about this rapist sitting out here outside as your son's in jail. We don't care. Well, like I do. I care. I don't want special treatment for my son, but I want equal justice. What the hell is my son doing sitting in a jail cell? And this rapist who was convicted of a 25-year sentence for being high on methamphetamines raped a Hispanic woman and robbed her, going around telling people that was his girlfriend and his fiance. I got a freaking problem here, Frank, Lilith. I do. You're piss testing my son. He was not convicted of any drug crimes. What the fuck are you doing pissing him? You're making him look illegal on paper. This like criminal for drugs. He didn't do any drugs. What the hell are you doing here? You're overstepping your bounds, lady. I'm not a criminal. You cannot talk to me like that. Do you understand? I don't have a record. I'm not a criminal, and I'm not on probation, so you can't do this to me. I'm tired of what you're doing to my son. He literally spent a fucking year in jail, and this rapist gets to run around, never been convicted, still to this day has not been convicted of that. My son, Elijah K., Elijah W., my son, what was the other gentleman's name? Anyways, there were 5 of them involved, guys. And my son was the only one to go to jail. Only one. Well, of course I wasn't happy about that. I wasn't asking for some kind of special treatment. I was asking for some equal justice, brothers and sisters. Equal justice. Equal justice is what I was asking for. So I've been involved in this case from day one. And that's why they're pissed. It's not possible for somebody to go 33 months and not do their community service, brothers and sisters. That's not even a possibility. So I started making phone. I remember when my son called me, he's like, Dad, I just got a phone call. I only got 3. Remember, I could get off probation in 18 months, right? If I could have paid the restitution, I started paying restitution then. We called John Caligo. Yes, okay, I could get. Oh man, but now they're saying I didn't complete all these. I'm like, Elijah, I got this, dude. That's bullshit. I know they're pissed at me. I'm still out here rattling everybody's cage out here. I'm pointing out that I think Tom is delivering amphetamines to the local airport, distributing it. And it's going out to the farmers, and your dad is all over this crap. And they are really pissed off at your dad out here. So they take it out on my son. You know what I'm saying? What is a false turnaround fugitive? So yeah, I didn't get any charge for harboring, and he wasn't a fugitive. He was illegally warrant was issued for his arrest, which I told and called Lane County, Oregon, and said, if you issue another warrant or issue a warrant for his arrest, I will arrest him. Oh, yes, I will. I'll get him before you. I'll literally physically arrest his body, and your warrant will be invalid because it's illegal. He already did his hours. I have the right to citizen arrest him to protect him from you thugs. You already threw him in a rape cage once for the max time that you could give him. At 42 months, he received his first probation violation. They threw him in for the max time. 42 months for over a technical error, over a little, that's what I was calling the district attorney. And Christian, come on, guys, you can straighten this out. This is the math does it. It's obvious. 5 times 32 is 160 plus an extra 20. That's just a couple of extra days. He left the county. You pushed him out of here. If you've forgotten, you were pissed at me and you made him leave as fast as you can. He didn't leave in 3 months. He didn't leave in 6 months. He left in 5. 5 times 32. That the numbers don't lie. Stop playing your games with my son. You're going to have to deal with me. Yeah, you can mess with him. He's young. He don't know, but I'm not the kind of guy to be messing with. You think I'm going to go away? I won't. If I go away in the meantime, it's because I'm doing homework. Don't think that I'm not working in the sideline. If I be quiet and go away, that doesn't mean I've gone away. That means I'm working against you because you're not doing your job. So yes, you might see me disappear out of life. It doesn't mean don't think that I've gone away. So that's when this all happened. I called the lady at probation. I said, here I am. You think I've forgotten? Here I am, Lily Frank. Here I am, Ted Martin. Here I am, Michael Taylor. I'm not going away. You guys think you can just squash a guy like me and push a guy like me down? I'm not that guy. I'm just not. You're going to have to throw me in the dirt. You're going to have to beat the heartbeat out of me. I'm what you call it. I'm not trying to save this life, brothers and sisters. Remember what he says again in that book of Matthew 10:34-39. He who tries to save his life is the assurance of eternal destruction. And he who's willing to give his life, go through suffering, death, spiritual, for my name's Shem's sake, is the promise of eternal life with me. There's a bigger picture that I'm doing here. This is bigger than me, bigger than my son. This happens countrywide, brothers and sisters. I'm not the only one that this happens to. Okay, my son, there are others that do this. Now, fortunately for me, and unfortunately, there's a cost because I've chose to stand up for what's righteous, like Christ would have done. He would have stood up to a perversion of the law. Actually, he said that's what you need to do. Conform to my image, follow after me, and endure to the end. So are you standing up to a perversion of the law? If you're not conforming to the image of Christ. You're not. He said, Hados, you must be in the same. He said, I am the way. That's to be in the same narrow way as Christ. So that's why I do what I do. So coming up, because the question was, it's a really good question. Do you want to go to trial? Well, yeah, I do, because then this 180 hours will not go away. So I think what they're going to try to do, guys, is just drop my charges, drop his. If they don't, they'll just continue it and think they can just fluff it off for a while. But I think I have their attention. I really remember the whole transgender thing in here that was going on earlier. They watch every stream I do, guys. The police said that before they came out and swatted the house. Remember, Sam Birch, we see your live stream. They have been watching the live stream the whole time. That's what's crazy. They're watching it, but yet they see me, but they won't come out here and do anything about it. So here we are, 75 days after the time of arrest, illegally kept in jail for 7 whole extra days. No legal counsel. The next time I go to a court date, there's going to be 1 day before trial. So I am at a crossroads. I will tell them, you better dismiss the charges. You don't have I called one of the largest criminal attorneys in this state, and they said they can't do the case. It's too massive. It's too big. They don't have the computer space bandwidth to take on this case. And you think this county is going to be able to produce a trial in even a year? No way in hell. No, there's how many, you've seen my witness list. You've seen my list of how many people did they bring out that day to SWAT this house? How many heavily armored vehicles were out here that day? How many actual vehicles were? I need to see the DocuCam. I want to put in a Freedom of Information Request Act to have all their salaries, if I get an attorney, that's what he's going to be doing. I want to know what they've done. If they have any disciplinary action in their files, I want to see under the right of discovery, all the DocuCam footage, all the body cam footage. I want to see a DocuCam or a body cam footage of me being Mirandized. You reading me my rights, Lake County, state of Oregon. Show me under the right of discovery. You can't suppress in the suppression of evidence. You can't suppress any evidence. You have to give me that evidence. I don't care if it's even Adriana's. Oh, you got some other warrant for hers? No, you don't. You'd have to give that to me. under the right of discovery and suppression of evidence. So you can't suppress evidence. Oh, look at what we got on you at the last. I know this. I used to be in law enforcement. I've actually legally represented myself in a custody as my own attorney. So I know my way around a courtroom, so to speak. So that's why I told the judge, no, you said you were going to let me out. The bailiff's like, he's talking back to the man in the black robe, death. Yeah. No, you put, in my brain, I'm like, you put your bad legs on one leg at a time. I don't care. You got a heartbeat. You breathe like me. I told him how it was. I told the judge, no, I don't know. You said that. You're changing it. That's when I went in that next day and said, look, I'm going off in here today, just so you know. I'm looking at this with more charges, whatever. I'm letting you know. Hey, look, I'm just letting you know. I ain't no more. No. You either tell him to let me the hell out of here, or I am calling him out. He said, actually, you will be out Friday. You will be out Monday is what you said on Friday. You will be out. No, I'm not going to let you out because you will be out Monday. And they didn't let me out Monday. They kept me in there for 2 more days, day 13 and 14, while they finally, Wednesday. Yeah, that's what I was like, listen, dude, we're done. I'm done here. That's it. I'm standing. Shut the hell up. I appreciate what you done, but that man in that black robe is going to hear my mouth again. I ain't standing here. You don't let me out today, I'm going to tell him to his face. Hold on. I'll talk. Okay, go ahead. But if they don't let me out, you better expect. Remember last time I was in here, made the big scene walking out of that was nothing compared to what I'm going to do this time. Oh, I'm going to tell him he's just a man, just like me. I don't care about his authority to the bar, to the District of Criminals, Washington District of Criminal, Columbia. I know what this is. This is a kangaroo court, and I'm not Tracy Werner in capital letter names. Remember, I've been saying that since you brought me in here and tried to indict me, since you arrested me. I said I am not all capital letters. I am not part of the corporation. I am not a sovereign citizen. I don't claim sovereignty. I'm not above the law. I'm applying my natural, inalienable, organic, God-given inherited rights of the land, and I will produce no name of capital letters because that's not who I am. And if you bring me, which they did, oh, is that you? No. I said, once again, my name is not written in all capital letters. It's being recorded, brothers and sisters, by the way. So they are up against quite the wall with me. So evidence, I had to jump the evidence, brothers and sisters. I had to. What else are you going to do? They're going to throw your son in prison for 5 years? You're going to let him get cocked by some guy who can't keep it to himself? I'm the cock blocker, brothers and sisters. You can call me the cock blocker. You ever had anybody cock block you? Well, I just cock blocked the state from my son's ass being violated by some man who can't keep his phallic to himself. That's what they wanted to do to my son after he had already done all his time and then went back and started doing it all over again. Oh, yeah, you only got 47 hours. You already did the 180. You got 133 more to do. He started doing them all over again, my son. You talk about a man with no pride. Did exactly what he was. His wife was going out there after working 5 days a week, and 2 days, she was working 7 days a week to try to help him get this situation taken care of. So day 89, I'm going to go in there. I believe what they're going to try to do is just extend it out. You know what I'm saying? For a longer, which it's not, I don't see anything within the law, the ramification under the Oregon statutes that says they can continue any more than that. I saw the 100, but I don't know. That was the only one I saw of that. And all the other support 70 and 90 days. So I am going to file a motion for all charges to be dismissed. That's the only way that I will settle this. Now, I will let them drop my charges because I've thought about this. Tracy, if you let them drop your charges, yes. It's like when the guys, when I was in jail, they're getting, careful of a jailhouse attorney, brothers and sisters, prison attorneys. Some of them know their way around there. There's plants in there too that'll tell you, brothers and sisters, they said, Tracy, you already been in here for 14 days, dude. They're targeting you. You can tell that's illegal. They can't keep you. I can't even, at first when you came in, you were like, because we know who you are, but dude, it's so obvious, you have no criminal record. You're a veteran. You're honorably discharged. You have, it's on your license. You have that. You pay taxes here. You literally pay taxes for how many years in this county, and you own property. You're not going to go anywhere. They have to let you out. There's no way they'll keep you here more than 7 days, dude. I've never been here. I've been in this county. They won't keep you here. If you had a prior record and, whatever priors but dude, no record, honorably discharged veteran, you're not going anywhere. You're not a flight risk. You're not going to abscond. You have property to go to, and they're not letting you out. Yeah, they're targeting you, dude. That's kind of obvious now. I thought you were kind of nutty when you came in here with some of the stuff you're saying, but it's quite obvious that they're targeting you because they should have let you out. Day 8, they're like, dude, that's not, 9. They're like, you were here. I'd like 10. They're like, 11. I remember I told you Friday saying, day 11, 12, 13, 14, they were just like, dude, this is crazy. Everybody else was getting out, and I'm still sitting in there. I bailed my son out. They let his wife out the next day. Why didn't they let me out? She didn't have an attorney. They let his wife out the next day. I bailed him out after day 9, but he actually obtained legal counsel, which he is now fired. So he doesn't have any legal counsel. I don't have any legal counsel. And my son doesn't have legal counsel. So they did all this big, massive SWAT raid, called in the state of Oregon, spent all this money on all these resources, and then they don't even have an attorney to prosecute the case. You talk about a shit show, guys. I'm telling you. Apologize for my cussing. I'm just so what's your opinion? You've later listened to me rant here for a minute. What do you think the state's going to do, or the county? You think they're going to continue to try to extend the court date, which would be illegal because they have 90 days to produce a trial, which they're not going to be able to summon jurors and everything now, so it's not going to happen. Or do you think they're going to dismiss the charges against myself and his wife? Because I do know that she has a court date the same day that I do. She does. So, and her timeline's the same because they arrested her and released her. So her timeline's no different. Actually, they don't have any charges. Cool. Yep. It happens to us, guys. We're not, like I said, I could have just taken that gold and silver, guys, that my son told me and went on the road, and none of this would be happening right now. I could be visiting you guys and having a good old time. No, I have a court date by last time. When I went to jail when I went to court last time, which I wouldn't drive down there. I'm like, I'm not driving 2 hours to go and 2 hours. That's 4 hours on my way. You don't even have legal counsel. I'm requesting telephonic, and they let me do that. But this time I'm actually going to go down there. I could request, let me ask your guys' opinion on this. Since they don't have legal counsel for me, my next court date is 1 day before my 90 days is up. I could request telephonically to show up and try to do that via the telephone. But I think it'd be better to go stand there in front of Judge Vandenberg, look him right in the eyes and say, no, sir, no. I don't say sir. No, I don't say your honor. I say yes or no. Okay. I said, thank you when he let me out. Thank you. Whatever. It's whatever. I got out. So it's like, whatever. So again, when I was in custody, guys, those jailhouse attorneys said, Tracy, if you just stay here in 60 days, they have to drop the charges in 60 days. If you're held in custody, they have 60 days to produce a trial. If you're an inmate, 60 days, boom, they'd have had to do it. So I chose, and I said, hey, now wait a minute, and they'll drop the charges. And I was like, well, hold on a second. No. And I almost convinced me to do it because they're like, I was like, no, I'm going to stay in here. Right. But, my pride got in the way. And I didn't have pride, but no, I'm going to stay in here. Right. Make them. And then I said, no, I've got to get out. Right. Because if I get this dismissed, then they're not going to look at the 180 hours. So I don't want the charges dropped. I don't want it dismissed unless they're going to dismiss all the cases. And then I thought about it. Maybe it would make sense for me to go ahead. I've already jumped the 180 hours, guys. There's no way in hell that they're going to not talk. Elijah got swatted at my house when he was arrested. Why that has to be evidence. He can ask that to be evidence. He can ask for the he can ask for that SWAT raid of that day, and it is evidence to be part of his evidence. So it's going to have his dad in here getting shot in the face, asking if he's okay, being calm. Like I said, if you see during the SWAT raid, I was calm, and normally under really a tough situation, guys, that's really when I do my best. I don't like that. I get these little situations, get this annoying little things they give me when I get in a, oh shit, tear gas. Look, they shot me in the face. What did I do? Boom, I shut the door. I didn't even flinch, right? I went out the door. I thought I was going to get shot in the freaking head, right? Boom, I was planning on it. I walked out the door. I'm like, all right, I'm coming out. All right, no, turn the lights back on. I want everybody to, right? Okay, you're going to shoot me? Are you going to shoot me? Because I wanted him to know, hey, I'm recording this. So yeah, if you go back and you look at the recording of what happened that day, I'm asking them, I called you guys. I called the attorney. I called the feds. I called the federal guy. You hear on the warrant, and they're coming here executing this warrant. I called the feds. Why has nobody called me? I called the state. Why has nobody called me? I called the county. You guys drove on my property. What about Elijah's 180 hours? What about Elijah's 100? What about what I did up here on the board? What about all the hundreds of hours that I live stream, right? Trying to get you guys to communicate, I've done on this, me calling Ted Martin, district attorney's office, trying to say, hey, my son's out here. I got him. I arrested him. You guys got a warrant. You guys want to do something about this before you send your guys with your guns? You want to try to make a compromise out of the court system, not push this into the fucking courts, Ted Martin? You want to do this grassroots? Let's do this you make a lot of side deals. Let's do a side deal, Ted. No, that's not how they do it. They just bring men with guns to come run over my house, shoot up all my windows, mess up my animals. My dog still has issues, okay? My eye vision is burnt. They burnt my retina. When they shot that concussion grenade, shot me right there at the side of right in the side of the face. In the ear, shot in the ear. Tracy got earmarked too. What do you know? Before Donald Trump got earmarked, I got earmarked before Trump did. Trump's just trying to copy me is all he's trying to do. No, I'm just kidding. Just joking. So no, anyways, but brothers and sisters, I ask, what about Elijah's 180 hours? And then what did Elijah say? Because they try to get him out first before I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't, honestly. I only watched it one time. So I can't watch it. I don't think I'll ever watch it again. So, I remember everything I watched, but 45 seconds, bam, shot in the face, right? They weren't playing. They were coming here to kick ass and take names, right? No, they were coming here to shoot me, take my son, put him in prison for 5 years so he can get his ass raped by some cock guy that can't keep his phallic to himself. And Adriana was not on the warrant. I think they were just going to not arrest her. She's going to have to deal with the dead dad, son freaking out and go to prison because he would have lost his freaking mind. But instead he didn't. He came out peacefully and said, hey, why are you here? Why are you taking me? Because they're calling for him to come out. Why are you taking me? What about my 180 hours? That's evidence. They can't jump that anymore, brothers and sisters. They can't. They can't. They can't jump those 180 hours. It's on the board. You're going to see me show the board in the SWAT, warrant. They're executing the warrant. I'm live streaming and going, look, telling them, what about I called, all this communication that I'm still trying to have with them. They insisted just come. No, hey, we'll communicate. Okay, hold on. I really wish I could have got them, and I should have. I should have insisted on not coming out of this house, but then I didn't. I didn't do that, huh? I never said that I was held up in here, and I said I would immediately, by their phone call, that I would come out peacefully, and I wasn't armed, that we would all, and I tell Adriana, go peacefully, sweetheart. We have the evidence. Go peacefully. You're doing Elijah, you did the right thing. You went peacefully. You didn't make a scene. You went peacefully. Remember, we have the evidence. What's the evidence, guys? The 180 hours. They can't jump this anymore. They can't keep sweeping these 180 hours under the rug. And that's what they've done for years. So that's why I did it. I did what I did is because any man would do this for a man of God like my son. And they do this to other people than me. There are other people in this county. They arrested a lady, found $4,500 cash, gave it to the police department the next day, put it in a separate account in the same bag. They arrested her 6 months later. Who in the hell, which judge, which man, death in a black robe signed off on that warrant? How do you arrest a lady who returned the money to you? She didn't do any. ORS 98015 allows them to take it, but 98005 allows her to hold it for 30 days. It wasn't marked. She did everything legally, and you still threw her in jail. You know what I'm saying? It's insanity, guys. What this case, like I said, you could do a movie about this case. And this would be a massive, I mean, the movie, I couldn't imagine what you'd call it, analog probation, right? Targeting. I don't know what you call it, but normally I could come up with a fancy jingle, but it would blow people's mind under what has happened to myself, my son, his wife, even this town, some of the things they've done to these people. It is alarming to say the least. Very, just like I said, most people would not be able to have the resilience, brothers and sisters, the intestinal fortitude, if you will, to keep standing up. They have knocked me down, but I get back up. I put my teeth in my head. Like I said, some of us are die-hard people. You're not going to just kick me down and knock me down. I'm a cowboy. I'm going to get on my horse. I'm going to ride again. You knock my teeth out of my head, that's great. I'll pick them back up, stick whatever I can in my head, and I'll keep going until you beat the life out of me. You have to beat the heartbeat out of me. There's a difference between being a lay down and a die hard, right? Most people are just lay downs, brothers and sisters. They truly are. They do not stand up. They are slaves on their knees or laying down. I 10-toe will stand up until I die. I will not die on my knees a slave. I will stand up using the voice that he gave me. Not violence. I've never once called for violence. I've called for communication, resolution, not revolution. That's what they send out here. Guys with guns. That's what they want. They wanted it. They got it. I don't think they got what they wanted, though. I think they came out here to unalive me. I really, really do. I don't believe it for 1 second now. After the calling me to try to get me off the live stream, the whole shutting the light off when I went out before I tried to get, it all points to the fact, Lavoy Finnegan, they sent the state of Oregon out here to do their dirty work. They bragged about it the night before, brothers and sisters, up here at the local restaurants. Are they going to come shoot up this place? And Josh, I can't wait till that guy loses his job. I can't wait till I see him in his face again. I'm going to call him out. Tell him he's a piece of shit, and he's bragging about shooting my house up. And I know that the locals said, yeah, they were up there with the state and eating dinner going, we're going to go fuck this guy up bad. Freaking loudmouth, always out there fucking thinking he can look at this First Amendment audit, thinks he doesn't need to go by the law. They hate me out here, brother. Remember him during the COVID? That son of a bitch had a protest in front of our police department. This guy begin, yeah. Let's go get him, boys. Get him. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted me to come out armed, brothers and sisters, armed, so they could unalive me. But that God never once called for a Ruby Ridge, did I? Not even one time. I called for resolution, communication, not revolution, men with guns. Exactly. I said I'm armed and would protect my son, but he's not. He's in a separate building and has no weapons, none, of taking anything that could even be sharp away from him. So the man that you have a problem with is me, Moulin Labe. Come and take it. And they did. But I went peacefully. And so did my son, and so did his wife. And now they got to face what they're doing, brothers and sisters. So I can't drop the charges unless they do it. But I think at this point, it would be better if I went ahead and let them drop the charges so that I don't need to pay any extra money. Again, I think Elijah's evidence, because they've charged him with felony, fleeing, and looting a police officer. charged me with hindering prosecution and interfering with the peace officer, criminal conspiracy. They're not. It's 2 in the hours. It's done. It's done. Like he said, it's fulfilled. I'm not saying like that, but it's fulfilled. I did my part. I did my part. I stood in front of the law and in front of a moving train, and I took it head on. And it might have knocked me down, but it didn't kill me. And what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, brothers and sisters. So what do you think they'll do? You think they'll drop the charges? You think they'll dismiss them come one day, 89 before the 90 days? You think they'll just extend the court date? I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to play stupid and just try to extend the court date. I think that's what they're going to do. What's your opinion? What say you? Give me your educated opinion on this legal matter here. I'm not asking you for legal advice, but your opinion if you could. So, but once I hit that point, brothers, sisters, if they do dismiss it, I need to talk to you guys on what I'm going to do. I need to talk to you on what I need to do. I got to do something different, guys. I'm not going to stay out here and do this anymore. I can still do what I'm doing, you know what I'm saying? But I'm all done with this whole life of homesteading and trying to, build up this community. And, okay, so I think that's what they're going to do, Don. I think they're going to just play dumb. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Ross, I agree with that too. So I don't think they will. Okay, Ross has got where I'm going with this. Okay, I think Ross sees the bigger picture of where I'm going with this, guys. They admit this, then they really open themselves up for a massive lawsuit. Yeah, they do. So they better start getting some paperwork going. Okay, we'll do a side deal. No suing, no Tracy, you got to leave the state of Oregon. The only way we're going to do this is if you leave this state. And they do that to people, guys. Don't think they can't, and don't think they won't. They might even ask me to leave the county. I was going to potentially put in a change of venue because I think this county is so I think that's what they're going to do. I think they're going to play stupid, and if they admit and drop the charges, it's like they're wrong, and it would open themselves up for a massive lawsuit. So they better be doing some side deals, so to speak, with me going, all right, man, look, just don't sue us. We'll make a deal with you, but you got to leave the county, or if you do, you can't sue the county, or you can't come after our bonds, or we want to do a side deal with you. We're going to appoint you legal counsel, temporarily legal counsel, so we can actually make a case with you and actually drop these charges. But you have to sign this thing that says you can't do this or can't do, not like I said, like they're charged, but like, look, you can't come back and sue us. I'll sign that. I'll sign it. I'll sign it. But my son will, and his wife does have a massive lawsuit against. She has probably the biggest. They arrested her body and accosted her illegally. They didn't have warrant for her arrest, didn't show probable cause, and still put her in confinement. That's accosting and illegal. You can't do that. It's against the Fourth Amendment. You have the right to be secure in your house's papers, persons, and effects. And under that Fourth Amendment, you have that right to warrantless search or seizure. And they seized her body, accosted her, arrested her wrist, arrested her body, and threw her in a rape cage, and then released her the next day. But that was the stupidest thing they should have ever done. They should have never charged her. They should have never charged her. They should not. She didn't have anything, criminal conspiracy, interfering with a peace officer, and resisting, or whatever the other one. They have the same charges on her as they have on me, but they have 2 felonies or 3 felonies on me. They have 2 felonies and a misdemeanor on her. They have 2 felonies or 3 on me and 1 misdemeanor. So she's got 3 charges. I have 4, 3 felonies. She's got 2 felony and a misdemeanor. I have 3 felonies and a misdemeanor. They did not put her name on the warrant. It's not on there anywhere. Her name's not anywhere in the paperwork. Like showing probable cause to come out and convict her that shows warrant for her arrest. So She has the biggest lawsuit out of all of this. Truly, Elijah does too, my son, and I hope he does sue the county, and I hope he does sue every one of these people's bonds, because he has had his life taken from him. For at 18 months, he could have got a probation, guys, if I had 10 grand. He was eligible for early release because he'd done everything he needed to do with no probation violations. He completed all his community service, and we have record of that. Me calling my attorney, him contacting me calling, or him calling Ryan Solberg. Actually, at that point in time, at 18 months, is the first time you're going to see Elijah on his action plan start paying his restitution, because he wasn't paying it up to then, because there was 5 guys involved, and there was insurance, homeowners, and he didn't know exactly what to pay and who was going to have to pay what. So at that point, he started paying. So there's too much written record to show that, yep, I'm looking at 20 years. See any fear in these eyes? See any fear in these eyes? Think I'm scared about 20 years getting thrown in a rape cage for 20 years? Nah, they better take care of my sons and his wife's immediately. So, and if God wants me to get thrown in jail for 20 years, I'll go sit there for 20 years, brothers and sisters, and I will say, you know who did this to me? God. I mean, it could be will, self, but I won't be perplexed, brothers and sisters. I won't. I'm prepared to sit. I was prepared to die that day, so I'll prepare to sit if that's the case. I said I would before I said I would place my son going to prison for 5 years if they just drop his charges. I'll go sit for 5 years. Sure, I will. I'll get out in 2.5 on good behavior. Well, I don't beat the snot out of somebody in there, right? I'm meek, not weak, brothers and sisters. I have the right to protect myself. So under this testament, I do. So turn your cheek, yes, but you ever been locked up? So different set of rules in there, brothers and sisters, different set of rules. So agape, law, shem, authority. They go by their own in there, not like this, like the military, uniform code of military justice, different set of rules. Yep. And so my son has way more felonies than 3. So either way, I don't want to say anything, and I apologize for losing it earlier this morning when I was talking about my son there. I just can't talk to him, and it wears on my heart. But I do know that my son isn't in jail right now. Yep, he isn't in jail, and if they would have had their way, he would be sitting in prison right now. They revoked his probation, issued a warrant for his arrest, and said they're going to start a downward departure on the 5 years that he was facing for not doing the 180 hours. They were going to throw him in prison for 5 years. And right now he's not in jail and he's not in prison. Thank you, Father. I know that. I don't know anything about what he's doing or anything else. I just know he's not in jail right now. And I know his wife is not in jail. So if I didn't jump this, guys, he would be sitting in prison. If I let them just strong arm him, he would be sitting in a prison right now. They literally revoked his probation. That's a big thing. Issued a warrant for his arrest. He had a downward departure, meaning to let him out earlier on the other case. If he completed all his probation, didn't get in trouble. If he got in trouble, they'd send him in prison for 5 years. Well, they said he got in trouble for not doing his probation, community service, and they were sending him to prison for 5 years, which is a bunch of crap. So I had to jump in front of it. And would I do it again? Every single time. If God made me repeat this life over and over, it was like a Groundhog's Day, I would do it every day. I would always do the same thing. I would never not jump these charges. I would always jump in front of these charges. You don't think I knew that I wouldn't go to jail? I wouldn't be thrown in jail over this? I knew that the whole time. I said I would go sit if they just leave him alone. You're pissed off at. You're not mad at him. You're mad at me. Come get me. Take me. Convict me. Leave him alone. Let him live his life with his wife. That's all they do anyways. They've been in that house for how long, and they've not ever had one noise complaint for their father or from their neighbor. They've never had any. They stay to themselves. They're loners. They're a couple, like husband and wife. They don't do anything. Elijah, pay the bills, go to work, they're not, Elijah's not that guy. She's not that guy. They're not criminal. Elijah made some mistakes in the past, but but he paid for it. We all make mistakes, brothers and sisters, but when you pay the price, you do the time, you do the crime, you do the time. He did it. And then he did it again. He had double jeopardy. So I'm hoping that they'll drop his charges. They'll drop my charges, and they'll drop Adriana's charges, and we might just all go away. Maybe. I'm not doing it. I ain't going to sue them, guys. I don't care about none of this. I'm not suing anybody. I said, I'm going to go after their bonds. I'm not going to go after their bonds. I don't care about none of that. I don't want to get involved in this. I want to walk away from this and start living my life. And for me, I'm tired of putting myself out there for everybody else. It's not like that. I'm not jaded. I'm not calloused. I need to take care of me for a while. And then I have the ability right now to take care of, come on out here. I'll take care of you. I got a building. I got food. I got water to be able to, I got plenty to take care of others, but I need to take care of me, like I said, so that I can live to fight another day, so to speak. So I think the best thing that I can do is not get all prideful and puff up here and say, oh, you guys better, drop his charges too. If they are willing to drop my charges and Adriana's charges, because we don't have the same court date as him and a separate thing, I think that would be the best thing for the situation. What it would do is it would allow me to contact him again. He could immediately be with his wife again. Drop the no contact order. I think that's a good start, guys. That would be a good start. Now, I don't know if he'll ever talk to me again. I don't know if he's pissed. I don't have any idea what he's going through in his mind. I don't know what is going through his head right now. I don't know what's going on through his wife's head. I don't know. I don't know if they were going to move out here with me. We were going to build a house out here together. I was going to put them on the 20 acres on Bowen's Lane. Beautiful property, but probably the most unique property they really have as far as like cookie cutter type of property. It really is. Well, I don't know. The 5 acres is right on the highway, but Bowen says it's paved. It'll be the next paved road in this county. They plow that road out and regrade it 4 or 5 times a year. Some of the richest people in the county live back behind on that road, and they keep that road. It says paved on the deed. It says paved. It literally says paved. It's not, but it does. It says it is. So it eventually will. I was going to put them on that property. We were going to go build our own house out here, and we were just going to disappear out here, guys, so to speak. Just live our lives. Enjoy the dark sky sanctuary and bounce from here, guys. I told my son, we don't have to stay here, son. Let's get a base and we'll go find some other stuff. There's other places we can go, but we'll have a base. Come out here and do that. So just because he said he would, I love him. And I don't care if he hates me the rest of his life. Thank you for at least, I'm not talking to him. This is not a direct contact. but I am thanking my son for at least saying he would come out here, because that's the last thing I think he'd ever do. You know what I'm saying? It's the last thing he'd ever do was come out here. He did not like this county. He knows how corrupt it is. So for him and his wife to say, okay, they were trying, guys. They were getting their stuff. They brought boxes of things here to move out here, guys. He was so freaking close. So close. Again, same thing happened the last time when he got in trouble. The very first time he was so close to getting out probation, and then same thing, So, so I don't know what he's doing now, and I got to let that go. Maybe I'll talk to him and stop worrying about that and stop worrying about her. And if they want to be a part of my life, great. And if they don't, oh, well, I got to figure out how to move on. I don't think he's going to not talk to me. Okay, guys, just so you know, I just don't know. So, but I think at this point, the best thing I could do is, again, not puff up with some pride. Yeah, it's called a no contact order, Ross. They put out a no contact order. So it's because we're co-defendants in the same case. So we can't collaborate for court trial. It's stupid. But if they do drop my charges and they do drop Adriana's charges, that would allow Adriana to be with him again. She could probably move out from where he's living and move back with his wife. I hope that's what he does. I hope that's what the courts allow him to do. I hope they understand. If they don't, this isn't going to go away. This isn't just some, sweeping under the rug deal. I'm just not that guy. Yeah, telephone. Hello, back and forth. Yep. So I need not get prideful. I need to remember that when I go down there that day in court, say, no, you're going to have to drop these charges. You have this long, and if you don't, whatever, we'll take this to appellate court. I just don't want to get myself thrown in jail again. So that's a little bit concerning about going down and showing up in jail. They could try to put some charges against me or arrest me there. Or if I appeared telephonically, it'd be harder for them to arrest me. But they have to show probable cause or whatever. It is what it is. I'm not going to worry about being rearrested for anything. That is what it is. But I do, again, I think it makes sense for me to go ahead and let this go for now, because I did my part. I am not done what I'm saying. I'm not done continuing, because I'll continue to do what it is that I'm doing. But I think the worst thing I could do right now is puff up, get all prideful, and then not let them drop my charges, and Adriana's charges, because that could allow us. He might not be able to come over here, right? But at least he could be with his wife again, and they might let him come back over here. I don't know, but I don't know what they're doing with him, but they're not going to be able to convict him as well, brothers and sisters, under what I've told you, under the right of discovery and suppression of evidence. And now I don't know what he has. I don't know what information if his Dan Spencer was given the docu-cam footage that I wasn't, and the body cam footage, and some. I don't know what he was given. I don't think he was given anything. I don't think any of that exists. Well, it does, but they're not giving it as evidence because there's too many issues with it. They wouldn't be able to get a conviction off the body cams and the docu-cams. I can guarantee you that. Interfering, there was no interference. No, he drove to the house. That's where we weren't far from the house. He just went down the driveway. So that's not eluding. And there was no pursuit. Nobody got out of the car. Hey, Elijah Werner, we got to work. Nobody even said anything. Nobody said a word. So that has major issues, just so you know. And I think they know that. I think they might have went back and reviewed that and went, oh, crap. Dude, why didn't you get out and try to talk to him, dude? Are you freaking, what's wrong with you? I think they probably laughed at him at the back of the station when they look, oh, dude, look at this. You look like a statue. He's frozen in time. Looking like cryovac or cryogenics. Look at him. And I'm sitting there barking at him. Not even, I'm not even calling him the right name. I'm telling him that he's a completely different name. He didn't even correct me. Oh, my name is this. He didn't. I was telling him, oh, you're Sam. And that was Lance. Whatever. They're all cop suckers. I get cop sucker blind. When I see a cop sucker, one cop sucker, they're all cop suckers. So they're all the same. So to me, they all put their pants and legs on the same way as you and me, correct? They're just men. So, all of us in micro experience. Interesting. So, I think that's what I'm going to do, guys, is let them drop these charges if that's what they'll do. I'm going to actually insist that they do. Either way, when I go to court, I'm going to say, if they don't, I'm going to say, no, I don't want an extension. You can, but I probably, that's illegal. And under this Oregon statute, here it is. I'll bring it with me. I'll have it with me, that you have to dismiss these charges and overturn the conviction and overturn your indictment. You have to legally. Here it is. Boom, done. Walk out of there and not get myself arrested. And then I could go see my son again. I could get in the freaking car and go see him. And I would hope they would do the same thing with Adriana. I hope she doesn't appear in person. Now, the last time she said and talked on the phone, she said she was getting an attorney, guys. Yeah, she said she'd have an attorney at her case. So I think that they're going to be pretty, that's a game changer. Me not having one's one thing, but her having one, because it's the same case. Yeah, I happen to know that information. I didn't talk to her. You're in there in the courtroom when you in there at the same time. We both appeared telephonically. So obviously she could hear what was going on with me. I could hear what was going on with her, which is crazy. How could they allow that? But either way, she does have a court date the same day. She was concerned about showing up and me being in the same building because she doesn't want to get in trouble. Having the no contact order. She mentioned that to the judge. So either way, I'm hoping again on the 26th is that day. That's one day before 90 days. They dismiss it. And if they don't, I'm going to insist that they do file the motion. If they don't file it that day, which they're going to have to either way, they're going to have to do this. I move on with my life. I'm not going to stop help supporting my son. I'm not. I won't. Whether he talks to me or not, this is bigger than this. Like I said, it's bigger than him. It's bigger than me. But what do I do at that point, guys? I don't think my son's going to move over here like he was. And I don't want him to now, right? Not until some of this stuff gets overturned out here. Maybe a few people lose their jobs out here, like Tom Rourke and Ted Martin and Michael Taylor, and Judge Vandenberg goes to prison, convicted, federally convicted and indicted. A judge in Lake County, Vandenberg, needs a federal indictment. He should be going under special investigation right now. He really should, guys. I could give enough information out to a federal officer that they should be able to remove him from his bench immediately. I've already put out the evidence again. Tina, that's an illegal warrant right there. Christy, that's an illegal warrant right there. They didn't even have a warrant for Adriana's arrest. Why was she brought in custody? There's not even a warrant for her arrest. How did they allow that to happen? There's some really bad policing in this case. Super, 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 super. Remember, I told you they kept me for 7 extra days. So let's not cross our fingers and hope for luck. God will do whatever it is that he's going to do. But what do I do with my life after this, guys? They dropped the charges on me. They dropped the charges on Adriana. I don't think they're going to drop Elijah's charges. I really think that's what they're going to do. Overall, that's what they're going to try to do, is hold his charges, keep his charges. They're not going to let up on it. And I hope they do. I hope they understand what they're up against. Because once you drop my charges, that opens, the whole thing of an illegal arrest and Adriana and so I'm trying to figure out what to do with my life, guys. This is going to be in August. That's September, October. There's a little time before this whole incident that I'm talking about, this celestial alignment, happens. And that might give me a little time to, like I said, take that little mini vacation that I was wanting to take. Maybe go out, and I'd really love to go to Hendersonville, Tennessee, and go spend some time at Grace and Truth. Go sit in the building and learn. Go over there and study with my brothers and sisters. I want to go on the road. I want to go to all the Goodwills I can find, and all the St. Vincent de Paul's and all the thrift stores. And I want to find all these books and scripture, and I want to bring them back here, and I want to put them in this archive and bury it. Right. So I'm going to have to see what they do, and then I'll make my next move. But after that, I have a big crossroads that I'm going to face, guys. I really do. Do I stay out here and keep homesteading and live off the grid? And no, I can leave the county. I just can't leave the state. I can go anywhere in the state. I just can't leave the county or the country. Obviously, if I can't leave the state, then I can't leave the country. So, once they drop that, that would all be dismissed. I go wherever I want. So where do I go, guys? Do I go down to Mexico? Do I go down to El Salvador? I'd love to go down there and visit El Salvador. Do I go to the Philippines? Maybe go over there to the Philippines. Go to Tijuana. I think more like Ensenada, or maybe go over towards Mexicali over that side and work my way over there. So Huh. I have a passport. If I don't have any convictions, because I don't now, I don't have a record. They haven't convicted me of anything. They've charged me, but you're innocent until proven guilty. So I don't actually have any charges on my record. Uh, yeah, Mexicali's pretty awesome. I love Mexico. Mexico's a great place, but I could be a lot more social than just sitting around uh, here, alone and not a soul in sight, nobody to talk to, no friends, no neighbors, no relatives, nobody. I got nobody, guys. I got nobody. I don't. Not no regular, nothing on anything that any history or. I mean, I have an acquaintance up the road. I just met him a little while ago, but I don't have a friend. The only friend that I have, uh, that I thought I had, he won't talk to me now. He don't care about anything that's happened with me, and he knows. I told him I'm extremely stressed out because I can't talk to my son. So I just think it'd be best to go on the road, guys. I can meet up with some of my subscribers. I still got followers over from TikTok I don't respond to anything on that channel. It's just a dead horse, if you ask me. So um, put a fork in it. It's done. But I still have followers over there that I'd love to visit. Um, so I think I'm going to start trying to plan on that. That's why I'm trying to get this Forerunner, because a lot of that I might be gone during the winter months, guys. I might not stay here during the winter and just winter out here. I might just rent these cabins out. I actually been thinking about selling the Rusty Dragon. What? Whatever. I mean, that building's got to be worth almost as much as the property next door. I put a lot of work into that building. It's turning out really nice. Uh, it has. It's really nice. I'm really pleased with my work in there. Not, it's just a bunch of trash, guys, recycled, but it's turned out to be very inviting, very light, and it just love the feel in the building. It's a nice building, and so I might just sell that. I mean, that would be enough money to go on the road, have money, pay off, some bills for a little while, and I mean, I lose the building that's your whole thing. You were trying to rent that out to make money, Tracy. Why would you sell that? I have other cabins out here, right? I have the Rusty Cowboy that I'm in, and I have the Rusty Dragon back there that I've built too. I've been very busy out here, guys. I don't just sit around and blog all day. I work a lot of the time. So, and a lot of the times I sit here and pray with the Father. So I really wish I could have done this, full bore, and I've done it half-assed, and I apologize for the cussing, but I just haven't done it full bore like I could, and it's because I don't have anybody to share with. So I'm going to hang up this whole homesteading thing and survival thing and all that. And I'm going to have the survival thing, but I'm going to have the mobility. And I want to, he said, conform to my image. And if I'm going to tell you what I'm doing, then I want to, cool. Yeah. We're talking about this celestial event that's coming. So I want to be ready for that too, guys. Cause I want to, yeah, well, I ain't going to meet her here. 24 KJ. I'm just not going to meet her here. I just have no social life here. I'm too far away from people. I can go months without talking to an adult here. I'm supposed to meet somebody when there's nobody around. And I know God can do whatever. So I don't, whatever. He's a way maker. He can make a way when there's no way in hell. He does. But I think this is what's kind of triggering me to get myself, a little more social. Be some more social. I have isolated myself. That's what my son told me. He's like, Dad, you don't really stand a chance. You live so far away from everybody, and all you ever do is talk about God. Your whole life is just about God. You don't really have anything else in your life. That's what you do. That's who you are. And to find a woman that on the town's 10 miles right up the road, little town, there's another one that way, 10 miles that way. Silver Lake, 10 or 12 miles, both directions, pretty much. Couple hours from a Walmart, something like that, hour and a half or something from a Walmart. So, What I've been really doing, having a lot of thought, is selling this last vehicle that I have, uh, my flatbed. Yeah, sure you can meet somebody at the Walmart, huh? That's not a hard place to meet somebody, but again, once I get to this point, if this goes in this direction, that I'm gonna want mobility because I want to be an example. I think the worst thing you could do is own a home or a piece of property right now, or a house. It's hard to live alone, guys. It's not. God does want us to have fellowship and does not want us to be alone. I know that. So I have to realize that I put myself, because my son said that. My son is the one who told me that. He said, Dad, you don't do anything else but that. You chose to move away from everybody else. You did that, Dad. You live away from people because that's what you wanted. You wanted to get away from society and become self-sufficient and become your own little community. I think it's cool, but you don't have that. You just live alone. And you've done that to yourself. You've isolated yourself in the middle of nowhere. You don't have any friends. I'm the only person you talk to over the phone for more than 5 minutes. And you're not going to meet anybody out there. Dad, you're just, I'm trying to be honest with you. I see the pain in your eyes. I know you want companionship. You want somebody to tell you that they care about you. That's not wrong, Dad. It's so, but you did that to yourself. You know what I'm saying? You did that to yourself, and you got to change that. So that's what I'm realizing, is that I did isolate myself because I don't get along with people who don't want to do anything about being, not part of the system. I don't want any part of it anymore. Nothing. I want nothing to do with this government. I want nothing to do with these country. I don't want anything to do with it. It's a heresy. It's an apostasy. The country itself, the government itself, there's people, good people in America. There's good people all over the world. God's flock is everywhere. Can't hide from the stars or his flock. They're all over the world. But I'm just getting crazy, guys. I'm starting to go insane. You do the same thing over and over, expecting different results, guys. You will go insane. And I'm trying to position myself before I do that, literally just drive myself to just where I give up. And I'll sit out here and do nothing. I'm not going to do that. I can't, and I won't. So I'm trying to kick like a turtle got flipped over on its back. I'm trying to kick myself back over, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? I don't just lay there. I just can't lay there, but I've been doing the same thing now here for nearly 10 years, thinking people would come out here, and nobody came for no length of time, not the right people. So I'm over it. And now I need to tell you that by my mistake, I don't want you guys to make the same mistakes that I have by isolating yourself, I'm not saying that I couldn't be successful out here, but that would have to be by God. You know what I'm saying? It would have to be by the Father. So again, 7 is the number of completion. For 7 hard years, I have dug and dug and dug and dug and dug and tried to build one other person to come out here with me. I've had enough. My heart it's shattered, and I'm picking up the pieces, and I'm going to move on, and I'll be okay. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, that's what's going on. God could put somebody in my life, guys. I wouldn't be isolated if God would put people in my life. I'm not that stinking far away from people, guys. There are still towns and stuff, but because nobody wants to come be with me. I have invited so many people to come out here, guys. So many people to come out here. So many people. Literally, I cannot believe how many people I've invited to come out to this property that I actually know You know, like I got people in town. I'm like, hey, you know, like I know another lady. She's a sister in Christ. She's, um, she's alone. She's hurting now. She's had companionship and a guy and whatever, but she's hurting right now. You know what I'm saying? She's hurting, and I told her, I'm like, look, I know you get alone, and because such a useful, resourceful person. She's the one who gave me that John Wayne picture, or I bought it from her, and the ladder and stuff. I've got some stuff. She goes, she works so hard. She works so hard, guys. She's such a hard worker. And she's a beautiful soul. I really love being around her. Yeah, you're getting tired of the donkey and the elephant. Try the lamb. Okay, try the lamb. Christ for president, right? Christ for the leader. Christ over everything. Christ over $. Christ over everything. Thank you, Jungle. Oh, exactly. So, but I told her, I was like, look, lady, come out here and build something out on this property. Build a shed. You can get some income coming in. You have Social Security or whatever, but you can get more income coming in. You work hard like me. You have so much material. I got 40 acres. We'll write up a clause. You can take it, build on a skid. I don't want to get you, no, MAGA. MAGA's the Satanist church. There we go. Make America godly again. So, guys, MAGA is the high priest of the Satan church. MAGA? Yeah. But I've told her, I'm like, come out here and build a building, and then we can be social. I'll help you. So I could have somebody out here. I have invited so many people out here, guys, like that through the years now, especially in the last couple of years since I got onto this whole cabin, thing. I said, come out here. You don't have to live on my property, but if you come out and you work every once in a while, I'll have somebody social and I can help you. I have invited dozens of people like that to come out here. It just doesn't work out for me, and it's not like, again, that other people don't do this every single day and are not completely successful, and they have a group of people around them and they love it. It's a small community. They eat organically. They meet at the end of the night. Sometimes they barbecue, maybe drink beer over fire. I know it's hard because I don't keep up with anybody anonymous. I have such a bad habit of doing that too. I might call once or twice, but then everything just fades with me, kind of the same. So anybody that I had in my life, you guys will see this around hard times and death, and before whatever, where I was getting this struggle, is gone now. They all faded away. It didn't take long, guys. It didn't take long. You know what I'm saying? It didn't take long. Everybody that's, I'll be there for you. I even told some people, look, I appreciate your help, but most people just fade away in situations like this. So don't make promises and stuff. Hey, we can, talk or anything, but don't give me promises you won't keep. I've done this too many times. People who just come and go, fade in and out, get a bunch of money. Watch, you got a bunch of friends. Somebody dies, you got a whole bunch of friends. All of a sudden, get money, somebody dies, you got friends. Like, do have a bad incident, some people show up and then they all fade. So I'm telling you, I thought people were going to be moving out here, and said everything faded. Anything I had that was, hey, we're here to help you, support, and I'm not saying here. That's why I keep coming back here, guys, because I got no other support. I don't have anybody else to shoulder to cry on. And so anybody that really put themselves out there, I'm going to be here for you or whatever, a lot of people, like they always do, jumped in the light there. But there's not one of them left. Not one. You guys are the only ones that haven't faded away on me. Seriously. And these are physical people that were in my life. You know what I'm saying? People that I can touch. And remember, I told you something. Now they didn't come here, but it was, maybe a call. They're all gone now. Not one. Everybody who jumped in, I got this, Tracy, I'll be here for you. And, I know this is difficult for you. And, we want, just nothing, no calls, no nothing. Like I said, I had the one guy, I'll be your friend. I know you're isolated. And his wife and him got separated and divorced, about 6 months ago. And he's constantly calling me or whatever. And, and I answer his phone calls and I go help him and do what I can from time to time. He's more like an acquaintance or whatever. But, that other guy that I knew out here that I was trying to help him get through his solid time, that was beating the snot out of his sister and stuff after he just picked her up from some, call home for mental things. She's finally whatever did all that. He's beating the crap out of her and physically and mentally treating her like she's a freaking slave. And so I had that whole incident with her out here. And then the guy that comes out here, who's supposedly my friend, he turns around, starts dating the girl. And that's exactly what I told him. Don't mess with her. Give her some space. She just got the shit kicked out of her. She's been physically abused, sexually abused, emotionally abused, mentally abused. She freaking stinks, man. She don't shower. Her hair's all dreaded. Her feet are completely blistered. They stink from the blisters. She doesn't shower, but once every 2 weeks, 3 weeks. She's a woman. She needs to shower every day. Leave her alone and let her decompress. I don't care if you don't believe the same things exactly as I do. Be fruitful and multiply, all that stuff. Leave her alone. She's 20 some years old. Give her some space. That's why I let her come move out here and be in a separate thing and said, I don't talk to her. I said, you need to take a shower every day. That's all I care that you do. I don't care what you do out here. Don't destroy my stuff, but, do whatever, but you need to take a shower every day. You're a woman. You know what I'm saying? So, he turns around, he starts dating her. And that was like the only guy, like, I'm your friend, dude. I'm your friend. I'll be here. And I told him, dude, I'm isolated, dude. I don't, I don't want to get too close to you because, I dig hanging out with you, but don't tell me you're going to sit there and be my friend like that. No, I'm your friend. I'm your friend. I'm your friend, dude. I'm your friend. Stop telling the people you don't. Well, okay. And look at what he turns around and he does. He immediately turns around, he starts dating her. And that's why I haven't heard from him since. And it's been weeks. Why isn't he calling me? Because he's dating her when I told him not to. No, he can do whatever he wants. They're both adults. But see, that's the only other person, guys, that I had any contact with. That guy, I just helped him. I just gave him a couple $100 or whatever to go get his son in gas money because his son got, over from his ex that was I helped him out whatever way I could, just like I helped this guy out, whatever. And he turns around and comes over here and steals his sister and takes her away again and then beats her and hits her again and then scratches her and won't even let her get up. Literally, the guy weighs, a couple 100 pounds and she's 26 years old. She weighs about 130, 40 pounds, not very big, he's 250 or something. He's sitting on her and not letting her physically leave, The next day, and I told him, don't you ever touch her again. She let her make her own decisions. Now, stop. You're not going to sit there and run her like this. She's a human being, man. That's your sister, dude. Are you serious? That's your blood. You ain't ever had a relationship with her. You finally get a chance to have a relationship with her, and this is what you're going to do? No, you're not. Not ever again. Leave with her or don't ever come back. Leave her here or with her, but I am not dealing with this anymore. I've been thinking about this. It's bothering me knowing that you're doing this. I can't. Leave her here. She's staying here, or get the fuck out of here and take her with you. And don't you ever show up on this property again. You show up on this property, remember I told you to leave for a year and you didn't come. The same thing. Don't ever come back this time. Remember I had you pull your vehicles that are here out. So you don't have anything anymore. You don't have any reason to come here anymore. Nope. Never again. Take her and leave now, or she's staying here. And you're not going to tell her what to do ever again. She's going to start making her own decisions. You say something's wrong with her because she's all drugged up. When you're not around, I don't have any problems with her. I can talk to her completely fine. It's when you're around that she clams up because she can't do right or wrong. She does this, it's wrong. She does that, it's wrong. Yeah, not fast enough, not slow enough. Yeah, you're not doing that to this lady anymore. She has been through some crap. So I told my supposed friend, oh, I'm your friend, Don't. She ran away to his house. After he sat on her, the other guy sat on her, he ran over there. And then she showed up over here with him. I'm like, oh, well, cool. You're not, that's exactly what he is. He's a bully. I told him he is a Nephilim. He's a bully. I truly told him to his face, you are what the word of God says is a Nephilim. You're a bully. You extort people and go around and threaten people to hurt and do all these horrible things to them, because you're a bully and you do that. And that's what you're doing to her. And you're not going to do this to her anymore. I am putting my foot down with you, dude. I don't care who the hell you are or how long we've known each other. You're not going to treat this as a human being. And I will not let you treat this human being in my presence. I don't want her over here. It's the last thing I want. She needs a lot of work put into her, but I'm willing to do it as long as she's not with you. So she ran away to his house, to the guy that I said, don't be messing with her. She needs some time. Not the guy that was, her brother beating her up. And then he shows up here with her. Oh, she's at my house now. I'm like, interesting. I said, well, you can stay here if you'd like. And she's kind of still just a little bit, almost like she was with him, a little quiet. I'm like, well, I said, but if you want, you can go get your clothes. You don't have to stay here. And actually I said, I'm going to go get your clothes. She said, I'm going to go get them. Let's go get your clothes. You need your clothes. You can't sit around in the same outfit for weeks on end. I know we live out here, nobody's going to say anything, but you need to at least have a change of clothes, so let's go get your clothes. And then if you want to come back here, you can. So I actually, when he was, I called him up because he was wanting to leave. This is where I knew something was up with, it's like, oh, well, she's living with me now, and I'm going to be leaving here soon because I want to get out of here, and she can go with me wherever I go. I'm like, well, you're already attached to her that quick, and she can go wherever you go, like magnetically already connected. Huh, interesting. How much you want to bet he's going to stick his dick in her if he hasn't already within a day or two? He won't listen to what I said. He won't allow her to decompress. He's just going to want to ram that thing. He's going to dip them guts and he want to get in that thing and not even listen, not even think about her. He's just going to think with his dick. Yep, that's what he's going to do. And I'm like, hey, he wanted to leave because I've been trying to help this guy get out of here. He got this house out here because his mom died and he didn't even want to live here. I was going to take over his house. I offered to pay and give him this motorcycle that I have, which he wants bad. He doesn't have a motorcycle anymore. He rides bikes, Harleys and stuff, but I have this dual sport. So I was going to make him an offer to give him, because he wanted like $500 a month. His house is wrecked. And I told him I'd fix it for him. It gave me the ability to move out of here. Why take on more cost, Tracy? Well, I can rent this out. And if I'm in here, I can't rent it out. If I can be over there, there's running water. He needs, his whole house needs remodeled. It's thrashed. It's old too. So it's not even, it's a liability. If somebody, I was trying to tell him, when somebody moves in here, they're not buying your property for your house. It's too old. It's a liability. It's costing money to get it out of here. Now it's being grandfathered in because it's pre-76 or whatever, but 8, I forget what the year was, but it's too old. This is a liability. You could fix this house up, but most people are just going to move it out and move something else in. I'm trying to explain to you, if you want to sell your house, you've got to be out of this house. You cannot be in this house, and you need to have somebody start fixing this thing up. It's a wreck, Gene. I told you your septic needs pumped. You keep having these, and exactly what I told him. Oh, that was a lot of these things. So anyways, trying to help the guy out because I know he wants to leave. What I was going to do is offer him my motorcycle and $1,000 for like 6 to 8 months worth of, he needs $1,000 to get out of here. So I was going to give him the grand, move into his house, fix it up for him. It would give me a place in town. I can rent this place out. There's running water there. It's a trailer. It's a single wide, but I could fix it up, make it passable, sellable, give it curb appeal. I'm telling him, you got all this stuff around your property. You can't sell this. If somebody's looking at this, it's trashy. And I'm saying, but to them, they want it clean. It needs to have curb appeal. I said, if you let me come, so I talked to him about it, and the other guy was wanting to move in, and he's got like 20 people or whatever with him. And I said, you can let him move in, but he's not going to fix your house up. He's too busy taking care of people with other, and I like that guy, but I'm telling you, I don't have any issues. I'm just saying, do whoever you want, but here's what you do with me. It's just me. I'm going to fix it up. You look at everything I built, look at anything I put my hands on. I make it nicer. Him, I don't think he's going to have the ability to do that because he's just too busy. So I got this in my head. I'm like, oh, well, this might work actually, because I could rent this out or whatever. And then I could winter, not here. I could come back here, work here. It'd be a little break that I need, guys. And it's in town, it's not far, 5 or 6 miles from here. And I'd have running water, showers, the whole kitchen, the whole thing. And I'd make the house super nice for him. I really would have made it super nice. But anyways, I call him up the next day, and I'm like, because I know I could come up with 1,000 if I needed to do this to make it happen somehow. I don't know how God would make a way. I'd sell something would sell. Watch, it wouldn't be like the money appears. I'd make it work. So I have to do what I got to do. And I'm just saying, do? I'd probably just dump the price of something down to nothing and let somebody take something from me for almost for free. So you got to do what you got to do sometimes. I don't like selling things under market value, guys. It ruins the market. But either way, I called him up the next day because I had this plan of like, okay, I think I can make this work for this guy because I wanted to help him out if I could. It will help me and help him. And I told him, it's not like, I'm just trying to help you because this helps me and it helps us both. And he's told me, I don't give a who goes in this house as long as they pay the $500 rent, oh, cool. So he just needs his money. So I'm like, okay, that gave me the idea. Like, I'm going to get this guy $1,000 so he can get on the road and do his thing. And I'm going to give him the motorcycle because he can ride. And he has a big truck that cost him a grip load of money to drive. He could ride his bike and then he could ride it for 2 or 3 months and sell it and still make the money that I was offering to, give him the bike for, because I was going to dump $1,000 off the bike and give him $1,000 too, to try to make it worth his time. And so I called him the next day after I thought about this, and I said, hey, what's going on, man? I said, I got a business proposal for you. And he said, man, I'm right in the middle of doing something. I said, okay. Yeah, I know what he's right in the middle of doing. So I haven't heard from him since, guys. Seriously, a little bit of a long story, but this is supposedly my only friend that I had out here that, the other guy hasn't called me, talked to me, not since my son has been in jail. Has he one time called to ask me if I'm okay? Hey, dude, you all right out there? I know you don't talk to Elijah. That's got to be stressful for you out there. You're always a little bit stressed out there, but man, you got to be going through a lot right now. He ain't called one single time. Not even one single time has he called to even have not one text message. I got one message since my son is in jail. Donald Trump just got shot. I'm like, really? I can't know. This is the only person I know that would say, hey, your son is over there. You can't talk to him. Don't mess that up with your no contact order. But he's trying. He's doing this. He's trying to do this. He's nothing. The only one that could give me any information about the only true friend. I consider a friend. Actually, I told him, you know what? I do consider you my brother. You helped my son out. You didn't have to. You've done a lot of things that have shown me that you're that kind of, but people change, brothers and sisters, people change. So not one phone call since. And I don't think he'll ever call me again. I don't, unless it's over something with this. There'll be no more personal conversation with him. So kind of a bummer, man. I don't have a single friend anymore. I had possibly one, and the other was kind of acquaintance who was trying to be my friend, but remember, bam, now he's dipping them guts and he don't want to answer my phone call. And as a matter of fact, I went on my friends list this morning and went onto Facebook and was like, well, I'll unfriend you and delete your account. You want to call me? That's been weeks ago, guys, almost like 2 or 3 weeks ago since he started, this whole, and then my supposed friend that doesn't ever call and even once has never once called to check on me. One time, the guy who had my dog, who kept my dog for, an extra whole month. And he was fucked up when I got him. He's doing better now. So, guys, that thing on his side is healing up. His tail is starting to heal up. He's not doing it he's definitely coming around. I've got all the ticks off of him. I can't get all that stuff off his front, guys. I don't know what the hell he got on that dog. But it is thick. It's like, I think it's like sap, like pitch. Well, this isn't super. I don't want to hear that crap. Super busy. That's what he said the whole fucking time. Apologize for my cussing. Oh, I'm busy. Yeah, okay, whatever. Give me a sec, guys. I gotta check on my puppies here. Try to get something for breakfast started, guys. I'm not eating anything dinner today. Get something going in this belly of mine. Okie dokie dokie dokie. Okay, appreciate you guys hanging out with the rant here. Yeah, no communication, like nothing. Sure. Anyways, normally I go long distances without talking to this guy anyways, guys. It's not normally a thing. Him, my son is friends with him and he talks to him more often than I do. So we go long periods without talking to each other. But like I said, this is a situation when you get into something like this. If you care about somebody, you're going to check and see how they're doing. And like I said, I know that there's an ulterior motive there. Again, I know that's probably where my silver went, and I got lied to my face. But either I misinterpreted or I took all the things that he said to me, called him to his face and said, well, then why did you say that? Well, then why did you say that? And why did you say that? You completely turned around what you said. You're just flip-flopping 180 degrees from what you said. So I left it alone, brothers, sisters. So known him for a few years, 3 or 4 years. I think I've known him for now 3 or 4 years or something. And I'm not saying like he's a bad guy, but I do think he took my precious metals. He turned around and got all upset because I mentioned his actual name online and wanted me like, bring all my shit back that's on your property and you can come get your shit, which all he had was my dog and my silver. And so my shit, come get my shit back, or he'll give his shit back, because I mentioned his name online and said, look, man, this guy's got my dog and I'm trying to get it back. I can't get it. I never said he stole it. He went around and said, why are you telling people that I stole that from you? I said, I didn't say you stole it. I'm calling you on this right now, dude. I never said you stole it. I said you can give it back. And I haven't been able to get my dog back. I never even mentioned the silver. I was just talking about my dog. I've offered to come get him from you. I know people are busy, so I'll come drive 5 hours to come get my dog. Tell me when. I don't know if you're there. You're behind a locked gate. I can't just drive 5 hours for no reason. Tell me when. I'll come get him. For weeks and weeks on end. And I wasn't able to obtain him back. So when I finally was able to obtain him back, I asked to get my silver back that he said he had in the back of his trunk, which was quite alarming. Like, the hell is my silver just sitting in I'm going to go back and forth, all these trips. And I'm thinking, oh, that's going to get stolen. I went back and something, I'm like, whatever, just let it go, Tracy. It's whatever. I have bigger fish to fry right now. I'm not worried about stupid silver right now. Yeah, that's my retirement. Yeah, that's the only thing I have for me, Oh man, you can come next week. I'll bring him next week. I'm busy this week. I'll bring him next week. It's always the next week. You know what I'm saying? It's always next week, and so finally I know, like, dude, what, I need to, I'm stressed out without my dog, dude. He's my friend. He's 13 years old. I don't have nobody else that fucking calls me. I talk to my dog. Can I please come get my dog? Why are you telling people that I stole your dog? I didn't tell anybody you stole my dog. I said I couldn't get him back from you. I told him the situation, and then he turns around and steals my precious metal. Why would you accuse me of being a thief? I'm not a thief, and then turn around and steal my shit. Isn't that crazy how people work sometimes? Or his wife has it. My son's wife has it, because that's who he said has it, and not him. But that's not what he told me. That's not what he told me. He says, I have it. It's in my trunk. My passport's in there, guys, right? Paperwork. I've got some paperwork, all my gold, silver. It's all, quite a large amount, It's enough to bail my son out. No problems. There's more than enough. What? You spent my silver. I said, don't touch my silver. Don't. Remember last time? Somebody, I said, don't touch my silver. They stole it from me. My youngest brother stole my precious metals last time. I have more than I had last time. I don't want this to get taken this time. Please, this is the only thing I have for me. So please, get the gold out of there. He's got some money. He's got silver. You say you're going to chip in a little bit of money. There you go. Go get the gold. It's sitting. There's where it's at. It's right there. Please don't touch my silver. Please don't touch my silver. Last time something this happened, I lost all of it. Please do not. I'm telling you, don't touch my silver. I said that last time and it got stolen. This time, can you please? So supposedly he went and picked her up. They got it. He took her to the pawn shop, is what he told me. They went in, did the exchange, went back, bailed Elijah out of jail. She didn't chip any money, not his silver. I paid for all of it. And I'm like, I did the math. I'm like, now, wait a minute. His bail? I said, now, wait a minute. You touched the silver? Well, she's the one who went in there. Wait a minute. You went in. All right, look. Just tell me, I don't know. You don't know exactly, but how much of my silver is left, dude? Can you tell me approximately? Did it give me an idea? Well, there's probably more than half. What? A little over half? How? What? Are you? So I paid all of his bail then? Because all my gold and almost half my silver means I paid for all of it. So you didn't chip in anything, and you said you're going to chip in. He had money. He just sold a car. He had silver. His wife had a paycheck, and I paid for all of it? Okay, I got it. Okay, cool. Whatever. Why the fuck didn't you bail him out of jail day 2 then? Why the hell did you let him sit in there for 9 days? If you were just going to use all of my money, silver, and turn it into coin shop, turn it into liquid money, God's money, why wasn't he bailed out day 2 or 3? You let them sit in there for an extra week. If you were just going to use all my precious metals, why wouldn't you do that day 1? What the hell is the hang up? So supposedly he's got half my metal. Like, oh, so okay. And he's like, well, it's in my trunk. He's the one who said it's in my trunk. And that's why I was thinking he's making all these road trips. It could get stolen. He can make it. I'm like, just let it go, Tracy. That's what it is. So when I went to go pick up my dog, I asked him, I waited a minute. I said, can I get my precious metals back, please? He says, what? I don't have them. I'm like, now, wait a minute. You told me specifically that you went to the pawn shop with Adriana. Oh, she has it. I didn't take it. I said, you said it was in the back of your trunk. When I was in jail, you specifically said it's in the back of your trunk. I was a little concerned about that. No, I don't have it. She took it. She's the one who took it, and I didn't do any of that. I'm like, dude, stories are changing right in front of my eyes. I'm like, this is crazy. Like, I can't believe this is happening, but I already knew it. I already knew when I went down there. I'm like, dude, this dude ain't going to have my freaking precious metals. He's going to, I already see, because something ain't right. Why the hell isn't he giving my dog back? Something's not adding up. I told him specifically, here's where this is at. Don't let anybody touch my silver, please. This is the only thing I have in life. If I lose everything else, this gives me the ability to leave the country. I don't do hardly anything for me. This is for me. Now, not all of it, because actually a lot of it was my son came and said, Dad, just sell that gold and silver. I'll get my own, Dad. You are in so much pain. I see the pain in your eyes. Out there, I didn't realize you had such mass. I thought you only had a couple $100 worth of bills a month. You got thousands and almost $1,000, and you don't make any income. I see the struggle in your eyes. Dad, just take the silver and gold and sell it and go buy that double cab Tacoma you want and go on the road. Do it, Dad. I love you. I'll support you. I'll get through this stuff. Please, Dad. I know. I can't believe you have gold, Dad. Why did you buy gold? I don't like gold, Dad. I'm a silver. I know, son. They're just little 10th ounce pieces. I bought, over years of time. I don't have enough to buy an ounce of gold ever. You know that? I don't have that kind of money. But I'm just diversifying this time a little bit. Just a little tiny bit of gold and a lot of silver, right? Okay, cool. Just take that, Dad, and go buy the double cab Tacoma and go on the road, please. I'm tired of looking in. I moderate for you, Dad, in your channel, and I see the pain in your eyes. You're not going to, that's what I'm saying. You win it. You're not going to beat anybody at the property, Dad. You're not. You just isolated yourself. You don't do anything but talk about God. Everybody in town thinks you're fucking crazy, because all you do is, oh my God, here he comes. He's going to talk about God. Get away from him. We're going to get stuck, So, to go from I have it in the, then check this out. So I'm like, I leave it alone. I get home. The very next day he calls me up and says, hey man, I don't know why, but I was cleaning out my trunk and I found your passport, dude. You want me to send it to you? If you're watching, and he's not anymore, because that's what he's, I heard on your, you, I'm tired of this shit, man. I'm tired of people just lying to my face. You think you could just lie straight to my face and I'm not going to be able to, now either I'm totally crazy and Adriana has it, but why the fuck did he tell me it's in the trunk? And why did he call me back the next day and said, hey man, I don't know how this got in there, but I found your passport in the trunk. That's God just slapping me in the face, so you know. Ha ha, Tracy. Ha ha ha. Remember, BDs are for a rich man, right? No, a camel. So it is what it is. Just a bummer, man. Like I said, so, you know, your only friend just sits there and lies to your face. It's pretty hard, guys. Or I'm crazy and he's not, and that's all a bunch of crap, and I'm just tripping, and I don't know. You tell me, guys. But, you know, I think I can connect the dots here. I'm not right about everything, but, you know, this guy has so much fucking money, guys. This guy's he has a mine. He has gold mines. He's telling me he's making $300 a day. He said, hey, man, you could come down here to the gold mines. You and Elijah and Adrian, you can at least get $300 a day in gold at the gold mines. He was doing other things. He sold all this stuff and went into the gold mining. I've got so much gold down here. We're changing the way people pay for metal. They actually we only take gold here, you know, in certain spots in this little town that it's just like, you know, why would he turn around and the next day turn around and say, hey, by the way, I have your passport? Because he has my metal. No? Oh, Adriana just took that and took the passport out and brought that into the coin shop, just took the passport out and left it in the trunk. She would have brought that in with it. I know that it did. It cleared his conscience. Oh, hey, I got your passport. Oh, man, I scored the rest of it. He didn't make a big deal about it. I was a little worried about that dude. He's pretty, because I called him on it straight to his face. Dude, no, you said you had it in the trunk. I don't want to hear that. You said now why would you turn around and tell me that? No, dude, she had it. That's not what happened. Really? All right. Actually, I hung out another minute or three. I just let it go, guys. So God will pour out a just measure. So, but the only person I knew, the only person I thought I had a friend in this world, the only person that I knew that I thought that I could actually have a friend turned out to be the complete opposite. And I think if he didn't steal my precious metals, he would have called me by now. Hey, Tracy, what's going on, man? Are you doing all right out there? How's Tango doing? How's Tango doing? How's the dog doing? I got to say, what the fuck is up with my dog? What? Come here, dude. What is on his tail? His tail looked like somebody, like you burnt your arm all the way down, and then you peeled off all of the skin, and it's all that red, shiny, like a burn. That's what Tango's tail looked like down the back. He's like, I don't know what that is. I'm like, how did you not? And then I get it. He's got a tick right here in his face, you know, big old tick right here, right in his eye. Like, you know, almost like 20 ticks on him before he even drove off out of there. And, you know, I'm so frustrated, guys. I got no friends. No family. I don't have any family. I don't have any blood. I don't have any blood family. My son, but I don't have any family. Crazy. Crazy how one man could be so isolated, and isolated myself from got myself into this position, so to speak. I don't blame this on anybody else. I'm not mad at that dude. Fuck him. He can kiss my ass. Whatever. I'm going to pour out a just measure on him. Not going to go seek no vengeance against him or whatever. God knows the truth. God knows whether, and you know what I told him, guys? You know what actually I said to him? You know what I said to him? I said, dude, it's not a big deal, man. I ain't tripping like that. I said, this case ain't going to last forever, man. Eventually, I'll talk to her. I'll be able to talk to both of you sooner or later. So I'll get to the bottom of it, man. I ain't tripping. Don't worry about it. It's, like I said, I think that's why he called back the next day and said, hey, I got your passport, dude. I got your passport. I don't know why. I was cleaning out the back of my car, and I happened to find your passport, dude. Can I send it to you? Once again, God just laughing at me. Guys, I don't normally like to share this with you very often. I don't know if I ever have, but I think God hates me. I think God absolutely hates me. I really do sometimes, All the effort I put into this, and I go backwards. 95% of the time, it does the complete opposite of what I try to make happen. It doesn't matter how hard I tried, how much effort I put in it. It doesn't matter what I say. God just does whatever he wants with me. He does whatever he wants with me. He just does whatever he wants in my life. It doesn't matter how hard I try to voice, effort, whatever. He just pushes it in this direction. So here I am, no friends, physical friends, no family, no source of income, no money. I don't know. I'm just feeling like I'm glad that I have God because it gives me purpose. But otherwise, I'm not here for any other reason. Like I said, I'm 100% honest. I either meet somebody in my life or I don't, or there's just nothing here for me like that. I mean, I could do future, what I'm saying? I have plenty of initiative to stay in the world and, not just sit around and do nothing. That's not me. I'm never just going to sit there and fall into a slump and depression and sit there and do nothing. It's not ever going to happen. But like I said, I think I've pushed myself in a position where it's telling me I need to make some big changes in my life. I've come to a crossroads here soon, and I want to move from this. I don't want to feel like this anymore. I don't want this isolation. I'm tired of being isolated. I'm tired of being alone. I'm tired of not having friends. I'm tired of not having family I don't want that from me anymore. I want to be with people. I don't want to isolate myself. And if I do and nobody happens, then I'm leaving, guys. I'm letting you know I'm getting in my truck and I will not do this. We're not going to disappear completely. Again, I'll still blog from time to time when I can. But if God won't let me have anybody in my life, and if for a series, I think the best thing he's showing me is I just need to get in that Forerunner, because I can't have my double cab Tacoma unless you guys know somebody who just wants to donate one to the cause. Suspicious Observer could get a whole freaking mobile observatory. But I'll try to sell my land. And if not, which probably won't sell, I'm going to probably drop the price of everything I have next week in half. And I don't care how much money I lose on everything I own, except for this land. I'm serious. Watch this stuff dropping that and falling out of here like flies. Seriously, gone. I don't care what all I need at that point is a truck and mobility. I cannot believe how many months and years now I've invited people to come out here and nobody of any substance has taken me up on this offer. Hell, I'd make a good husband. I really would. You asked how I treated that last lady that I dated, and this cabin never once got cold when she was here. And it gets cold in an hour or two when you don't keep the heat going. Yeah, it's not like that. It's an old cabin. That's how I built it. Never once in the time I dated her feet ever hit a cold floor. So I think I'm a good catch. So I don't know why God has got me so isolated, Again, I don't mean to, I'm just griping and ranting that, I see people, we've been together for 20. Ross said, I got a beautiful wife. No, good. Awesome, guys. Awesome. I'm never going to get any of that. I'm never going to get to 30, 50 years with you. Hell, I can't even get to day one with somebody. I can't get to day one. These people got 20 years, 30 years. We've been married for 30 years. Why don't I? I don't get that. Oh, I'm such a piece of crap that's not for me. No, you don't have, there's nothing that makes you worthy of having companionship, Tracy. You need to be alone. You'd have more companionship in a prison. You'd be able to talk to people in prison, jail, banging on the walls. You're going to stay out there by yourself. You don't get nobody. You could scream and loud for help as long as you want, and nobody's going to come save you, man. Got to change that, guys. Got to change that. I don't want to live like this anymore. And if I'm going to live like this, then I'm just going to go to the woods, guys. I'll hit you up once in a while or whatever. I'm not just going to disappear off the net, whatever. I'm not, well, I'll always blog till I die. But because I think this is I think this is something I can accomplish in a reasonable period of time. Sorry, I guess I'm cooking something to eat. I haven't eaten today. I don't even know what time it is. Because a Forerunner is only $4,000 or $5,000, guys, for the one that I'm looking for. So I can do that. I'm just gonna have to, you know, like I said, it's just dirt, and so it's like I'd almost trade anything I had right now to be on the road and not have this, you know, this. I feel like a duck in a pond, just sitting there waiting to be shot. Nice. So, because I don't think my son's going to want to come live with me now, guys. Seriously, my son's going to want to come live with me, and that was kind of my plan. So I don't think that's going to happen. And if he does, I'll change up my plans then, and I'll go move wherever he's at, and I'll help him. I don't need to be anywhere in the world. I don't need to be in a particular place. There's nothing anymore. I used to think I needed to be here, and he'll place, you know, he'll give the woman the wings of an angel. She'll flee to the wilderness. She'll be given that safety. But his bride, brothers and sisters, that is the woman that he's talking about. But I think it's possible. And then I'll feel better because I won't be sitting here trying to piss in the wind, you know, keep beating my head against the same. Let's build a homestead. Let's live off the grid. Let's make our own power. Let's get to where you don't have any costs. Let's get to where you don't have to go to Walmart ever again. Let's get to where we grow all our own food organically. Let's not eat any more boxed crap. Let's feel healthy and make all our own power and form a small community of people just enjoying the word, you know, have nighttime, not required, but barbecues and, you know, and campfires and study the word of God and not worry about get time. Heck, we don't need money. If all of us pool together, we don't need all that money. Actually, if the rent's, you know, the land payment's $225 a month, divided by 2, that's like what, $112.50, you know, a piece. You get a third person. Now we're talking about divided by the boy. It gets a whole lot easier. And I actually was never asking anybody to come out here for any money. Never once to ask somebody, hey, come out here and I want your money. I never did. I was always offering for no charge. So, hanging it up, guys. Hanging it up. Can happen again in the future. But the one thing, like I said, I think that the reason why God is doing this is because it's pushing me into this situation where I'm not going to have any other choice, guys. I'm like I said, I'm never going to sell this land. My future hopes for this property is to be donated to the church, at least 20 of the acres that I have now. I only have 20 full acres paid off. This one I've been paying on for 20, or been paying on for almost 10 years. So I have about another 10 years on the note. So it's going to take a while to pay that off. I can't pay it, but if I can and run into something, I will, and I'll turn it over to the ministry. It's like I look around, I don't need any of these other things anymore. I did when I was trying to build a homestead. I did when I was trying to prepare for, you know, I did need all these things. I don't need them anymore. I really don't. So I think before the summer ends, I ought to just rock bottom the price of everything and just look at it as like the bigger picture and say, oh, well, you lost money on a lot of things, but you have enough money to go buy that vehicle that you want now, you know, and you can take a break. You still have the 20 acres. You only ever wanted a couple, and 5 was like a dream. And you've got how many here? 65 acres? That's insane. So it's time to let some of it go. Remember, when I was building a homestead, I was going to have multiple communities out here, you know, in multiple locations. Remember, I don't care if you took the jab or not. I got another property. I'm not going to turn you away just because you were jabbed. I got a different property. You can go over there. You guys are the jab crew, and we're the non-jab. We're the purebloods over here, right? No. So it's done. It's over. It's done. Where can we view your properties? They're on Facebook. I've got the Facebook properties on the marketplace under Tracy Werner. You'll see my listings online under the marketplace. So yeah, I wish I could trade all this stuff that I have right now just for a truck. Just so I can go on vacation for a little bit. I need to take a break for a little bit. It's not of deserving. It's needed. It's not wanted. I need to take a break, guys. I've been for 7 years. I've been working out. Like 7 years ago now, my family came and took everything. My brother came and took everything from this property 6 years ago. Everything I owned, to include my silver. So I started all over again, and I ground it all out again. But here I am nearly 7 years later, and haven't even moved forward an inch. I have a mass, there's 3 cabins here, whatever. There's whatever. It ain't about what I have. What I need is mobility, brothers, sisters. I need some mobility. So that's what's itching me right now. Winter's coming. I think it's going to be a wet, snowy winter. I think you better plan on a lot of precipitation. We are changing from El Nino back to La Nina. So I would anticipate a heavier winter this winter. And if I get the truck, guys, I'm sure my life will settle down a little bit at least. I normally don't not have a 4-wheel drive truck somewhere. I mean, I have another one out here. It's a full size, not the Toyota, but it caught on fire 2 days after buying the truck. It caught on fire. Oh, thank you, God, for just wasting that money. What happened about October? What do you mean October? Nothing changed in October. Everything's still happening the way it's supposed to happen. Every jot, every tittle will come to pass. For that great, for very few, for the gas, and dreadful for the rest of everybody else that's going to hell of the Lord. Holy crap. Not what I want right now, but it's what I want to eat. Yep, 10-24-24. That's the alignment you should guys be getting ready for. See, I still got out all that in the wings too, guys. You know what I'm saying? Knowing that this potential title shift's coming, this celestial alignment at the time of Christ, all that going in my life too. Trying to keep focus on that so I don't lose and keep my eye on the prize, so to speak. So any questions, guys? I'm going to wrap this up. I'm just ranting in here, and I'm probably just wasting your guys' time at this point. So I don't want to waste anybody's time. Time's important. I should be out working, but I'm not going to work today. I'm not going to do anything today, watch. And then that's going to make me more frustrated that I didn't get done what I needed to get done. But I don't do that very often. But every once in a while I'll do that. And then I just don't have the luxury to normally stop. I have to keep going. I don't have the luxury to sit around and twiddle my thumbs. So we'll field a question or two, and then anybody, you guys know anybody that might be able to help me out? Legal situation, I don't know, some legal advice. I think I got the legal aspect taken care of as far as the advice. Monetarily, that'd be great. Don't worry about it. It's not nobody knows got that kind of money. He's got a little foreigner for sale. I'm going to be in the market here soon. I really do think I'm going to drop the price of my flatbed to a price that I'm just going to hurt to let it go. It's gonna hurt to let it go. That vehicle is, I need it out here. You can't have property, 20 acres having some kind of utility. I don't have a quad. This is what I use to move water and material around the property, but it's 2-wheel drive. It's a dually. It's nice. It gets 26 miles to the gallon. It's old. It's an 89, so it's not new, but I think I'm going to dump the price of that and go buy whatever I can with that money. Yeah, so I was going to go for the double cab Tacoma, guys. So, because I want the cab for my dogs not to be stuck in an extra cab. And I'd take an extra cab right now if I had to, and they just have to sit back there and deal with it. But that's not what I wanted. I wanted my dogs to be able to at least turn around, not get wedged in between an extra cab. So it wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. It was for my dogs, because they're all I got. They never lied to me, cheated on me. They're awesome. Every time I leave, I come back, they're always happy to see me. So it's pretty amazing. I had to go work yesterday for the neighbor and do some, and they were so happy to see me. My big tango, he just would not shut up when I got home. It was awesome. He just telling me he loved me. So missed the guy, and it was good to be home. But what I found that I can do is I can, because a double cab Tacoma, looking at like 2001, 2, 3, I found a vehicle in Washington. It was a space cab, and they wanted $5,500 for it, guys. That's so cheap. There won't be one if I have the money. There's always something when I don't, but when I actually have money in my pocket, there's never anything available. Seems like how it works in my book. So either way, when I land this ability to be able to go purchase the vehicle that I need, because although a 2-wheel dually, diesel, non-def, flatbed, fully serviced vehicle is nice and all, it's not 4-wheel drive, and I'll have struggled to get out my driveway if we have a hard winter. So I think I got to let it go. Yeah, that's the way it works, guys, right? Normally, you see all kinds of stuff, and you got no money. It's like, oh my gosh, I could buy this. And then the minute you actually come into some fundings, everything seems to walk away or, it's unavailable. So maybe at that time, if I sell those, something will come available or something. But I don't. That vehicle was in Washington, and it was really super fair price. The market, I'm sure it's gone already. It didn't last. So my option of what I'm doing at this point is to take the Toyota 4Runner, like 90s, 1, 2, 3, cheap. You know what I'm saying? Because I can't afford $10,000 or $12,000. If I sold land, I could do that. Like I said, unless you just, remember like the other day, 113,000 original miles, $75,000 truck sitting behind it. Whatever, even more expensive trucks sit behind it. Oh, it just sits there. It doesn't get used. Just sits in my driveway. The ideal vehicle to change my whole life. And it's just sitting in this driveway. 113,000 miles. Burgundy, not the color I would want, but definitely, I don't care what color it is. 13,000 with like 113,000 miles. It was stupid price, Oh, it's just sitting there. Anybody's got a vehicle just sitting in their driveway, you can throw it my way. But I'm probably, like I said, I'm probably going to go with the 4Runner, because the 4Runner has the second door. And I could probably pick up a 4Runner for about $3,000 to $4,000. Like I said, there's a beautiful 4Runner that a guy's got for $4,500. It's a great one, but it's a manual. But anyways, I could probably pick that up, and I think I could probably sell my flatbed in a couple days at that price. That's just too cheap, but it is what it is. I'm not gonna sit around here and keep doing this, keep waiting for something to happen. I gotta shake and bake, shake and move. If I gotta start dropping stuff down to fire sale prices, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop it down. The price is so cheap that whatever, I'm gonna be so like, whoa, half price, man. I don't care. Just come take it from me, steal it basically from me. take advantage of my poor situation that I'm in and come take advantage of me. So I'm going to try to push through this week, but I do plan on next week doing that. That's going to be my plan. I want to try to finish working around here, do the things that I need to wrap up and sort of speak. I'm not going to get done what I need to get done, but I'm going to hit hard next week. I'm going to go all out next week on do nothing but my internet sales, which is I don't want to do it. I'm tired of selling things on the internet. I don't ever want to sell another thing on the internet ever again. So I've been doing it for so long. And, but if I get the Toyota 4Runner, like a 90s, not even newer one. I don't want a newer one, an older one. I actually want to try to find one with a 22R in it, RE, and a 5-speed. That's what I'm looking for. I don't want the new motor. I want the 3.0, and I want the 3.4. I want the 22RE. So it's kind of a limited vehicle. I might even have to go out of the state to eventually find this vehicle. Whatever. I might have California, whatever. But what I'm going to be able to do, or unless I could just find one that people do this to already. I don't know if you ever seen a 4Runner where they take and they cut the back of that cab off and they marry it up to the back and make it into a 4-door with a little tiny, kind of like a Subaru Brat. It just has a little small bed, or like those Subaru, whatever that new one they have, that Baja or whatever. It's just a little tiny bed with the pickup truck, because I don't necessarily need the bed. See what I'm saying? That's the one I want. I want the 22RE. I don't want the 3.0. And there's plenty of those out there. 3.0s and 3.4s, and the 3.4 would be nice, but and there's nothing wrong with it. I just like the reliability of an inline 4-cylinder. It's tried and tested, and it definitely will do the job that I need to. And then again, like if the fan got hit by poop and then you're needing to go get parts, you're going to have a whole lot easier probably trying to find parts. There's a lot more 22REs and Rs out there right now than there is these newer, even though there still is. So it'd be easier to find replacement parts for it. So there's a method to my madness. Ooh, that's strong. But the plan is to cut the back of the 4Runner and marry it up and make a little pickup truck bed. And I've seen them done really nice. I've seen them done a bunch of ways. Maybe I can find something that's already done. Maybe that's a good possibility, but that's the plan. Since I can't afford the $13,000 2001, 2, 3, I'm not talking about some brand new pickup. That's the first years they made a 4-door Toyota, and I'd like to have the 4-door for my animals. So again, I don't see in the future somebody saying, hey, Tracy, guess what? I've got one sitting in my driveway. I'll send it to you, or come pick it up, or that's not going to happen. Okay, I got to get it on my own, and I'm trying to do this by myself without anybody's help. I just need your emotional support to get through it if you could. So what I could do though is I could buy one for $3,000 to $5,000, and probably for a couple $1,000. I'm not going to do it right away. I already planned. I'm not. I'll do it when I can. I'm going to have somebody take and cut the cab off the back and make that back area into a pickup. And I've seen it done very nice. I've seen it done horribly looking, and I've seen it done really nice. And that's what I would try to do is have. So it's the happy medium, brothers and sisters. It's the happy medium. It's what I got to do. I can't afford to do a $13,000 pickup. I'm not going to be able to afford to do that. I just cannot get enough things sold. And remember, I have, $1,200, $1,500 every month of bills that come up that I don't have. I get $1,500 to save. It's got to go to bills. I don't have any money coming in, any money to replace that. I have no money to come to replace it. So any times it seems like I get up, something, pushes me back down. So I've got to bite off, shoot for this, the moon and stars, and, hit the moon first. Or I got to crawl before I can walk. So that's been my plan for now. I've kind of done that. I've been looking like crazy, guys, online, trying to find the right one. I got a guy that if I can get my carburetor back from my tractor, he might trade me that for a 4Runner, but I got to put money in my tractor. I have the seals, but I got to get the carburetor back, and I want to paint. There's some of the areas it's been sitting outside. It needs a little bit of paint on it. But maybe that will happen too for me, but that always takes effort and extra money. I got to put a little more, and so that's always with me. I'm always got to get rob Peter to pay Paul, so that's not what that means, brothers and sisters. That's it for a second. All right, guys. Much love, guys. Much love. I'm gonna eat some. I guess a brunch, breakfast, lunch here. I don't even know what time it is. But appreciate the emotional support that you guys are giving me. Again, I have no friends or no family, so you guys are truly all I have. And I don't mean to lean on you as much as I do, but it's just I sit out here and be in pain and hurt and be isolated. And I come in here and I don't feel so hurt and pain and isolated. So thank you for helping me ease some of this pain that I'm going through right now. So all things will work out, guys. I know they will. Just kind of in a difficult spot right now. I just miss my son so much, and I wish I could know that he was okay, just something, and I haven't. It's been going on 3 months, and I don't know anything that's going on with him, and so it's pushing me. It's stressing me a lot, and I act like it's not, but it is. So I love my son. He's a good young man, and I hope he's doing okay. I love Adriana. I hope she's doing okay, and that all these things will work themselves out in time. So we're coming up to a crossroads. I just don't want to make the wrong decision, guys. I don't want to, since I'm kind of in a bad way here mentally, I don't want to, I'm okay, but I don't want to make it irrational and jump to do something too quickly. So I know there's going to be a point where I'm either going to go to prison or I'm not, what I'm saying? So I don't think I'm going to prison at all. I don't never know what God does with me. So who knows? I shouldn't get confident on anything. God will be done. So I appreciate everybody who stayed with me through the years here. It's been these last couple of years have been a tough ride for me. So maybe I'll come out on the other side here. Maybe it might take a couple more years. I don't know. God's not done with me. I know that. So he's the only thing keeping me here, because I would end my life in a country second if I had, my way, but that's not, my life isn't my own. I've already lived my life. So I got to live my life. I got married once. I had a kid one, I've been successful. I've had all that. So it's not like I haven't got the chance to live this life. So I never got cheated, but I'll never do that. I'll endure to the end. I'll go through the times that he pushes me through. It's just, I just wish I didn't have to do them alone, guys. I just wish I didn't have to do them all alone. I don't know what it is that I've done, past, future, whatever it is, that I have to be so isolated, why he makes me so, but I realize a lot of it is my doing too. So I'm going to change that in the future. I am. I'm not just going to sit around here and wait for people to come out here. I'm not, no more. That's it. I'm done. It's okay. Love you guys. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm more mad at myself than anybody else. I'm not mad at God. He this is what he wants. Don't understand it, but who am I to question it? So I'll be working. If you don't see me in here, I'm working, guys. I'm trying to get something done, not just sit around and do nothing. So thanks for your shoulder again, here to cry on. And I hope that your life is not taking, a path that's easy, because that's not the path that leads to eternal life. So hopefully I'm on the right path, and God will keep me pushing, one foot in front of the other every day. He's the one who makes me get out of bed. You know what I'm saying? He's the one who makes me get up out of this bed and do what it is that I do. So I love you guys, and I'll see you on the next live stream. If you want to make a monetary donation, there's information there to do that. Your support of the channel is priceless to me, though. Seriously, couldn't put a price. Think about it. I'd just be sitting here by myself talking to God for the last 4 hours and 45 minutes with nobody to talk to. So you are very much appreciated. I don't want to act like I don't have anybody. I have you guys, and I thank you for that. So much blessings, and I'll see you on the next live stream. Unfortunately, this is the truth of my life, but that's what I do. So
Always agape. Welcome to the new age.